Welcome back to the APL. It's the best and most exciting region of Rainbow Six Siege action in the world. I'm so stoked to be back. And of course, back with you, Pengu. It's time to get into Asia. We've already seen another 2 play days of OS this week. We have OS Asia and APL North, APAC North. Last week, we already saw things teased out a little bit. We saw some crazy upsets. Same story this week. Every region individually seems to have its own little intricate stuff going on, and no different here in Asia. Of course, OS yesterday was wild. Let's recap a little bit of what happened in the standings. OS is the region, I think, Pengu, overall, that is heating up the most in APL because of the additional spot to the upcoming EWC.
Yeah, there are 2 spots, of course, because EP played so well during the Salt Lake City Major, and also 5 teams in that conversation for who could actually be the very best of those in qualifying. It's been the most competitive region so far, I would say, across the entirety of APL.
Yeah, notably Enterprise, not at the top of the standings like everyone would have expected after their incredible run at SLC. Shy Academy in 5th place have just upset not just Enterprise, but also Chiefs. Crazy times in OCE, but of course, Asia is heating up in its own way. Let's look at a round from yesterday. The schedule from today. Of course, for Asia, we've got our 4 best of ones. We're here in the group stage. Any particular one stands out for you, Pengu?
I mean, I always love myself a good little Weibo gaming, you know, seeing how they can keep faring with Gutsy on the roster, you're facing Ape, etc. But also, Psyking Company causing the upset of Fury last played here in Asia. I'm keeping my eyes sharply on that Psyking Company roster.
Yeah, for sure. Who knows what'll happen? We have, in theory, 2 close games here. I reckon you kind of have 1 versus 3 and 2 versus 4 with the Team Orchid Weibo game and the Souls Heart Daystar matches. But of course, we'll see what it boils down to. I'm sure there'll be a lot of crazy moments. We saw some crazy moments yesterday over in OCE. Games that we did not expect to be close, like 6 targets Weibo, ended up insane. And rounds like this from Karma are just nuts. Look at the way he clutches this. Bang.
Oh,
I think we said
that something seconds, by the way.
0.16 or something wild like that. 0.12.
Yeah.
Karma, the new addition to the team, of course. So yeah, crazy times over in OCE. Back onto Asia again, though, Pengu. Like we said, our top 4 are kind of as we expected so far. But there are changes to various rosters in this league, and I think we mostly probably would have expected more so far out of Elevate, currently sitting winless in 7th place and getting 7-0'd by Weibo last week.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Look at Weibo, 14-1 in round count. That is 7-0 into a 7-1. But I'm not going to talk too much about Weibo just yet because we got a game before they will play. Of course, Fury is going to be the big talking point at the current present. They play up against HL in the opening matchup. And we have these guys right here. And do you notice something out of the usual here?
Someone's got a
player photo.
Very nice hat. It looks like it must be Farlord's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mr. Farlord.
Of course, Farlord, Roldini, and Dark have all played previously for that old Fury roster that's now under Team Orchid. And yeah, this team in particular, we're really excited to see if they can hang with the top teams from not just Asia, but even just Thailand. Of course, we already have Orchid and Souls Heart being such dominant forces within Thailand, and Fury doing their best to try and fight against them. They were even in the lead 3-2 up against Souls Heart before, unfortunately, getting completely swept by SH. The other exciting thing for us about Fury is we get to see our boy Labyrinth finally here in APL.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but we also got to see them really work upon their attacking side. This has been a big talking point in APL for many years, where you go into a map that has, like, you know, a fine enough defensive side, you can get a couple of rounds. You go into a little bit of a harder attacking side, and some teams, they crumble. I think Fury's current level, they just need like a little bit more work on the attacks and not overcommitting too much on the defenses, just going for swings and 50-50 gunfights, because they're a little bit too inconsistent at the current present moment.
Yeah, but of course it's also been a difficult time for their opposition. HL Tari also winless so far in stage 1 of APL, a team that we've really had higher hopes for. Of course, yes, they are new entrants. They are not as experienced as your Weibos and your Souls Hearts and your Orchids and Daystars. But at the end of the day, it's still pretty sad to see them only 4 rounds across their 2 games so far against Orchid and Souls Heart.
And it just had, as you said, overall a very tough showcasing. And it's not about weak attacks or weak defenses, or they're not good at the entry. It is unfortunately a little bit of everything. The good news is for Tori, because they're a little bit weak at everything, they can also improve in so many small areas, and with that get a significant boost to their performance. This moment right here, big C4 triple kill, that won them around. That simple play won them a whole round on the board, but that's pretty much, you know, all they got. They got 3 rounds total up against Orchid, for example, and they got a single round versus Souls Heart. They've had a tough time. I want to see them play simple maps, play simple siege, and just keep working on it and keep improving day by day.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget as well, they do have a lot of experience in Vaughn, their coach, who we see front and center at the moment, also known as Mad Duck Ranger. He used to coach that old Fury roster when they had, like, Hollis, BG Man, that squad, for the longest time. Very experienced, and I mean, he's looking fine. I've noticed he always has the standing desk set up. I love the stained glass or whatever he's got going on, even if it's duct taped on. He just always looks like he means business.
He's locked in. I like the idea of a player who can kind of, or a coach in this case, you have your regular position, maybe sitting down when you're doing regular prep work, but then for Pro League matches, when it's actually happening, you're standing up, kind of separating your practice mode from your performance mode, and you see Vaughn, he is ready.
Yeah, very much so. He's also the coach for the Thai national team for the ENC as well, which of course is very well. So he's representing his country at that later this year, but also, of course, it's an all-Thai banger that we have to kick things off today with HL Tori versus Fury. Let's talk about a player from each of these teams that have a little bit of history. Of course, these teams have history. They played each other against each other in kickoff. More on that later. But Roldini, of course, the captain of Fury and one of the more experienced members of this team. But, of course, Zoshav on the other side, previously a substitute for Fury, has decided to go off for Stage 1 and move and join HL Tori. He's now up against his old leader for this upcoming game.
And it's always a big question mark when you're in a sub position, right? Are you gonna get any practice match? Are you gonna get any professional experience eventually? Often a sub in Rainbow Six Siege isn't super necessary, not required. So you're just kind of there in case somebody's sick like twice a year. So I really understand and respect that Soshav wants to go and make a career for himself as an active Tier 1 player on an active roster. And to get this match started, we need to get onto a map. So map veto time. I want to see the Tori go into a simple map. We're talking maps like, you know, your chalet, maps like maybe your clubhouse in some ways.
Could be chalet.
Actually, clubhouse, band in the very last end. Nighthaven Lab's actually a good one. I didn't think about that one. I was going to say clubhouse, Nighthaven, or chalet would be pretty good here for HL Tori.
Yeah, look, so both of these teams have played 2 games so far. HL Tori, both of their games have been on Lair. I noticed that Fury hit her with the first ban. Fury on the other side, they've only played Bank and Consulate so far. Like we said, neither of these teams have won a match yet in the APL for Stage 1. That's about to change. When these teams went head-to-head in Kickoff, it was their final match of Kickoff for both these teams. They were both eliminated from the double elim bracket, and then they were playing essentially the last place match. It was whoever lost ended up last place. Fury dominated HL Tori 7-2 on Chalet and then 7-3 on Lair. I noticed Fury banned both of those maps despite winning them in kickoff. So they've been working on their map pool. They don't want to go somewhere that they think HL Tori have improved upon. Instead, they take us to a more neutral ground. And I think Nighthaven Labs, in a way, is kind of as neutral as you get. I would almost say Nighthaven, maybe next to Clubhouse, is probably the most even attacker defensive-sided map in the pool right now.
No, I'd agree with you. And if my memory serves me right, without actually checking the numbers here, I believe HL Tori's debut map in Kickoff was actually Nighthaven Labs as well. I have this memory of casting on that map very early on, first or second play for us.
Good memory.
And it was actually not a bad showcasing per se. They lost. It wasn't, you know...
HL Tori versus Elevate, 7-1 for Elevate.
Yep. It was
on
one of the HL Tori games where they only get a round or two, you know? But the individual moments that happened each and every single round, it wasn't like they were being completely dominated. They were struggling. They had a hard time, but they weren't being run over for their very debut. That was Kickoff. Now it's Stage 1. They have more experience. They got some more time to work things up. So I have a little bit of hope for them here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, and look, the flip side of that, like you said, HL Tori, they obviously like Labs. They played it against Elevate back in Kickoff. Same for Fury. They played it against Weibo. They also got 7-1. So 2 teams that have played this map before against teams, opposition that's much more powerful than them, and lost it. HL Tori also played Nighthaven Labs in the lower bracket against Unreal Nightmare, of course, now known as Sycan, and they did lose that 7-3. So let's be real. We're talking about 2 teams that are struggling to find a win in APL as a whole, not just Stage 1. The only win either of these teams has this year in APL was Fury beating HL Tori in kickoff. So the only win Fury has so far is against HL Tori, and it was for the last place decider. So very much we are talking about 2 teams desperate, trying to bounce back, but they look happy. Labyrinth has a smile on his dial, and we're ready to get into Labs to kick things up for our 3rd playday of Asia here in the APL. It's once again 2 Thai teams going head-to-head, and from kickoff, the battle of last place. Now they look to try and redeem their chances here in Stage 1.
They're waiting for the starting size. I forgot about them when we saw the graphic earlier. HL Tori starting defense. I wouldn't mind them banning 1 shield operator. The big question for me is whether it's going to be like the Munty or the Blackbeard. I don't think Blitz or Fuse is too high value in Nighthaven Labs. And then I'll give them a spare ban. They're going to go with Grim for this case. Please ban a shield now. We've seen Fury, of course, banning out Bandit.
Munty,
and then probably going to be Mira or Kaid. It's very, very heavily around the wall. Set up here for the external ones. Mira can't deny them. So can Kaid. HL Tori will look for double execute operators, actually, both the Grim and the Ying. So here we see Farlord instantly picking the Monty. I'm not saying he's gonna lock it in. He might attack and repick it later on in drone phase. But my point is, the reason why I'm saying either a Blackbeard or a Monty is Tori, like I keep saying, they have a lot of different weaknesses. And when you have an operator against you that can simplify the attacks, that can make your own fundamentals a lot harder. Because you gotta play really perfectly against a good Monty and really perfectly against a good Blackbeard. By banning it, you're forcing him into a more chaotic moment, you know, playing a blitz, you don't want to play a shield, which is just much harder to do in the server of Nighthaven Labs. The verticality, the crossfires, none of those frag grenades in pocket as Blackbeard, for example, or real gun. So it does feel a bit risky to me that they're leaving it open, but they're very clearly here denying them the late round power of executing on the bomb site with utility. That's why they banned the Grim and the Ying. But then the question comes, how can Tori hang in the first 90 seconds of a round? Will this Monty pick just pick them apart, or will they be able to kind of deal with it and go for it?
Humor me for a minute, Pengu. I'm thinking about this Bandit Kai double ban, right? Look, we saw this. I can't remember which game it was. One of the casts we've done recently. Yeah, and the Bandit was left unbanned, but I think the Kaid was banned, and the team went for a rush on basement, and then they were getting Bandit juggled. So they kind of just couldn't, and that was a real concern for them. I feel like the Bandit ban actually makes more sense than the Kaid ban, because the Kaid ban is hard countered by the Thatcher, except if a Tubarão is brought. And I actually wonder here, is it better to ban Bandit and Tubarão? Because Tubarão is so multifaceted, it slows down every attack, and it even counters operators like the Deimos as well. So I wonder if in future, perhaps that is worth considering for teams. Bandit Tubarão.
I'm actually very much with you on that. When I play ranked, often I say ban the Bandit and bring Thatcher if they bring the Kaid, whereas when you do ban the Kaid and if the Bandit open, you don't have that single counter. But I also think to enable Tubarão, as you mentioned, or sorry, to enable Kaid, as you mentioned, you have to bring the Tubarão. That's two operators for one purpose, wall denial, whereas Bandit can very much exist on his lonesome, and I'd rather force the defenders to pick in two operators, locking themselves in and not getting another powerful operator, than simply just having a Bandit. So I'm with you on it. For now, though, Cabins of Fire and an air jab on the door connector is keeping Soulshaft locked on the bomb site. Dark at a nice angle, deep into the pillar position, takes down Tenno. The Asami, very important kick. And what I said earlier, how can Tori hang in the first 90 seconds? Well, we're here. 90 seconds in, they have lost 2 members, and this Monty is a huge problem.
Yeah, how do you win from an unwinnable position when there's a Monty? I mean, a 1v5, best of cases, is still pretty damn hard. When there's a Monty on the board, it is pretty much physically impossible. 1 gas remaining, but it's going to go out far too late. The Keeper Barrier actually assists Farlord in getting that plant down, and the fire from Labyrinth locks Killers out of being able to retake. It's going to be a dominant start here for Fury, and HL have a lot of questions. Okay, firstly, that Capitao really pushed them back at the start of that round, prevented them from contesting inside of Electrical. Secondly, what the hell are we meant to do about this Montaigne? Fury starting with such a fiery start.
And this, going back to the point I made about 3 minutes ago, this is why I was heavily suggesting that you ban either Monty or the Blackbeard, because it will be a big problem. And very commonly, the Monty is the safest option to play on the attack. And if you are, on paper, better than your opponent, and you start bringing the Monty on top of it, you can just toy with them really, really easily. And we saw how flawless round that was from Fury. I want to see Tori be willing to change things around now on a round-by-round basis. Whether it's going to be the heavy roam, 1 round, then heavy bunkering up, playing around the verticality with C4s, then playing more horizontal, going for gunfights. We gotta see them just try and get experience here against Fury and figure out what kind of playstyle do they struggle against. So already now we're seeing Scopus. That's a deep kind of roam operator. They got Goya for time denial. They got Echo to deny the shields. Already in round number 2, they've had this conversation about what was the problem in round number 1. What can we bring to make it easier now for the second attempt? I quite like this on paper, but we gotta see if Tori can actually execute correctly against the opposition.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Looks like we're going to see the Echo get stuck, which immediately tells us that we have at least a bit more of an active shield counter. Also notice how at the very start of the round, Killers is on cams. I really love that. I know a lot of people will do that in their ranked stacks, but especially if you're queued, even just with 1 friend, there's so much value in getting your prep done as soon as possible, getting on cams for each other, because it enables info for Chatterman to go for a peek like that. Unfortunately, For Chatterman, Roldini is expecting the spawn. Oh, he had a camera on the spawn pick, so there you go. Talk about getting on cameras at the start of the round. It works both ways for the defense to check those external default cams and also for the attack to check those pre-plays for any pesky spawn picks.
Yep, and that deep roam removed from action, that's going to be the Scopus in the grave. And the issue when one of these roamers die is the network of the roam game gets weakened. Think of it as almost like as a link. You have a guy on the deep roam that's going to be as far away from the bomb site as possible. Then you can have a guy probably by the staircase that you see right now from Sunstrike. Then you have a guy in the middle. When the guy in the middle or the guy in the deep end dies, you lose a lot of that chain potential of helping each other back and forth. So now you're just forced back to that staircase where you see Sunstrike the first minute. But the Blitz is accurate here, finds the Yoga drone, shuts it down, counterplay removed. And they get so much map control in just the first minute of this round. And now, he's just simply watching the flank in the 90 hallway, looking towards the kitchen, maybe expecting a different roamer to be there as well.
Oh, good shots on a Sunstrike, but he does manage to get out of position in time. Unfortunately for HL Tari, they're really struggling to retake here. And now the Yokai drone is just way too late to assist in that retake. Zoshav desperately against his old team. Wants to go for a flank, but no, decides passively to fall back. You just cannot afford to be passive with 70 seconds left. A Deimos, a Blitz, and the Ram on the board. It's pretty much impossible for HL Tari to win this.
They have all the right tools, even IQ for the Echo Drone counter, so you really need to lash out and try and make a play happen. And you can say Shadowman did attempt it with a spawn peak, but that's like the riskiest way to make a play, because if you are not successful, you'll play 4v5 from the very beginning of the round, making it very much more difficult for everybody else in the server on your team. We're gonna try and make a play here in the hallway though, playing on the soft wall, but it's Tenno with a UMP, not the greatest gun in the game, has to get at least 1 kill, ideally 2.
There might be a flank on here, though, especially if this flank goes down in the wrong position. I don't think that Dark is aware of Tenno's position.
On the fire.
If he goes and pushes through this smoke, no, he's now being watched by Dark. If Tenno gets the timing here, it could be perfect, but I think he's going to lose the fight indeed. Well played from Dark. The only remnant of that once great old Fury roster. Killers now desperately has to get active, denies the plant, but 13 seconds left on the clock is too much for him to try and win it on time, and they will hunt him down. Well played by Fury, 2 rounds dominantly on the attack.
And it's kind of the same problem I see here from HL Tori as previously. They have 2 kind of mindsets to the roster. Half the squad, they want to play aggressive, take the fights, go for spawn peaks, etc. The other half, on the bomb side, fall back, avoid any gunfight possible. Even in that 3 versus 5, Tenno was playing it overly cautious and only went for that backstep attempt when it was like the very final moment, knowing the plant was going down. Had he had a little bit more confidence and gone for it while IQ is fighting his teammate, he might get a freebie onto the IQ. Then Dark goes down, that's the plant cover. Then Blitz has to respect it, get off the plant, and now you've created chaos in the round to maybe get a clutch. But Tenno's only starts flanking in the last 20 seconds after Yoga Drone dies, and then, you know, Dark is watching the flank, doesn't to cover his teammate anymore, and then they get the kill for free. So, just need to align here on the same page. Are we fighting if we're HL Tori, or are we falling back and playing the layers? And we gotta have everyone understand which version they're going for, and not have it divide in the middle of saying half and half, because that's just not gonna work.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think they certainly didn't do themselves any favors with the operator bans as well, sadly. Especially with Fury doubling down on both Electroclaw and Bandit batteries. It means that HL Tori are like, okay, we can't fight them at the hard breach. Where can we fight them? And yeah, I think we need to see a bit more of an active and disruptive defense from HL Tari. I want to see them having lots of info and being brave to make plays. Tertiary bomb site, though, it's very hard to do that. This bomb site, if anything, is the most about plant denial. But you do need, coupled with plant denial, you need early game presence, early round presence to be denying that quick entry and the quick map control that then allows you to be in a position where the execute's coming through without a lot of time on the clock.
So let's see whether they're gonna make that action happen. Fury are going for a very conventional, like, linear attack. Breach open IT, get a bit of verticality, and they only have to worry about that IT breach upstairs. Then they can potentially just hit the bomb site with a Deimos tracker, and of course a Thatchery in piece watching over for any potential C4s. Of which there's only one left down pocket on Shadowman, who's actually playing upstairs. And I also think Fury, they're just fishing. They're going to be watching these angles. They know that HLTOR likes to move around a lot. And if they just have the guns ready, they might get a freebie. If Fury gets just one pick here, they can just hit the side afterwards and leverage the man advantage.
Roldini wants to make a play. If he finds Tenno here, surely the gap is open for Fury.
Yep.
I don't know what Tenno is thinking. So exposed in the hallway there. Not a good position to be playing. You need to be tucking in one of those corners. Or at least aware of all the angles you're vulnerable to. And now with that pick, 3v5 once again for HLTOR. Roldini doesn't need to overpeak here. Zoshev has the superior weapon in close range and does win the fight. Quick headshot, although he takes a hell of a lot of damage. I think Roldini shot first, but the superior rate of fire on the Scorpion helps Zoshev out plenty. Now Zoshev has to buy enough time here for Sunstrike to be impactful on the vert from below. That's a nice Grishmot, but it gets shot out of air from Damon, who immediately goes for the peak and finishes off the tattered pieces of Zoshev. They know exactly where Sunstrike is now. Farloud even got a shot off, and Damon drops down the hatch and hunts him down. Fury unstoppable 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and again, the areas of which the fighting is happening is a bit puzzling. You know, HLTOR fighting in the hallways when there's a multitude of angles to worry about and watch for. It does seem a little bit desperate again. They had posts downstairs in basement. They had vertical control. They had a C4 in pocket. They still had top floor control for the majority of that round, but it comes down to simple, unfair gunfights going against them. Fury doing a great job in these rounds, just picking things apart. I'm curious on the upper band selection here, if HLTOR deems that the shield is a problem or something else. Yep, there goes the Monty. And in response, also the Mirror. I mean, it's a great read from both teams. And with this newfound information, HLTOR will call their tactical timeout and try and figure out how they can get just 2 defensive rounds here. That's all they need. In a 4-2 half, ideally.
Vaughn's going to have plenty to say after those 3 rounds. Having worked as well with a lot of the boys over on Fury, I think Vaughn might know a bit of insight into how they think, how they work. Like I said, Vaughn formerly coached that Fury roster. He currently coaches the ENC Thai roster, which is basically exclusively players from Team Orchid and Soul's Heart. Arguably the 5 best players in Thailand as well. Really deadly roster. Vaughn is used to working with more experienced players. Now he has to learn how to impart that knowledge on these newer teams, newer players in the scene.
I'm curious about the coaching style when you're in this kind of dire position. Is it going to be, you know, it's going to be like a soft hand or a firm hand? Like you're saying, guys, come, like you got this, come on. Are you saying this is good enough? I'm very curious in the mindset approach. Because on one side, you know, it's not that they're making major blunders for HLTOR. It's just a bunch of small things that ends up building up into a very tough round to win. And it's mostly individual decisions, really. And maybe not having done the theory on paper as much as necessarily required. Because it does take a lot of time to make sure that all 5 players in the server understand exactly how to play the positions, and also, more importantly, how your teammates are going to play their positions. Because Sunstrike might know what he has to do every single round, but in a perfect world, he should also know what his teammates are doing as well. That way, you can always understand the flow of the round, where people are, what important positions are being held by who, and if Killer says, oh, I can come help you, Sunstrike, no problem. You need to understand that, oh, he's giving up maybe aqua control for that. So before you make sure that he helps you, make sure that somebody else take aqua control so you don't lose that for free. It's all these small rotations that happens on defense that's going to leave gaps open. And of course, weaken the setup. Fury looking good though, 3-0. Now they're on the Blackbeard after the monster was banned away. Everything going exactly according to plan for their attack and orbital lineup that has some excellent, strong choices every single round.
That they have. Firewall's going to be able to buy so much space here. It's funny, like, the nades are really part of the reason why Blackbeard is so powerful.
Yeah.
So good at clearing util and pushing out positions, which lets you go for that nade, immediately followed up by with the peak, an ADS, which is obviously a lot longer than a typical ADS, but once you finally do ADS, you've got a really good weapon in that AR or the DMR to then take a proper fight.
Labyrinth just waiting. I think he either needs a red ping or he just needs to know who he's supposed to be tracking or what he's supposed to be doing. Normally, you can clear the mirror window from downstairs with that shotgun of Deimos or the pistol, but the mirror was banned away, so he's waiting for kill confirmation.
Okay.
Social strikes first, so Farlord on Blackbeard died. I think to a Gristle Mine that was popped and then shot immediately after. Gonna open up the bombs at the wall and maybe get a cut here on the cross. Or not.
Speaking of, Dark, yeah, almost managed to get a cut on one. A second player crosses his line of sight. A third opportunity. If only he had a DMR, he would have been able to deal a lot more damage. Even the ARX instead of the AK in this position would be so much better. Higher fire rate, higher damage. Oh, man, I can't believe it. In the end, he does find the shot. That's huge. You're right, though. We need some fire from Capital to flush these players out of these positions inside of the bomb site. Finally, Fury have found a way back into it despite that early 4v5. And now HL Tari are really struggling.
Gotta break that keeper. Of course, you can also just use this as a fire arrow, but breaking the Asami barricade is gonna give you less cover on defense. Much better, of course, for Fury if that happens. Killer's got 2 more toxic babes. Yeah, but when you're playing all the way far back, there is concrete flooring, and he's actually dead, so it doesn't even matter in the first place.
Okay.
Tenno with a great backstep below. Fury, desperate for an opening, still got that capture fire arrow, still got flashbangs and air jet. They got plenty of tools to dislodge these positions.
The thing is, there's actually nobody in the bomb site right now from HL Tari. They're all playing outside of the bomb site around it, which gives some space. But as I say that, Chatterman quickly retakes. Dark finally put down his first death of the game. It's Roldini in a 1v1 against Killers. After Damon goes down on the floor, the air jab slows Killers down. He doesn't have info. Might have the read. Does indeed! Big 1v2 from Killers. A sigh of relief as finally HLT grasp their first round.
Very good. Tenno getting the backstep kill downstairs onto Labyrinth might just have saved him the entire round, because that's going to give you less Deimos triggers in the late stage. I don't actually know if he had frag grenades in pocket, but I would assume that he might have. And of course, he's a good player as well. So that's a big moment. You finally get that backstep, you finally get numbers advantage, and they hold on strong. And they weren't playing in the bomb site in exposed positions. They were playing behind cover, aqua hallway, pillar, and by that commando TV station with the Asami keeper barriers. So great job not overexposing themselves. That's the one round. They need a second. That's the goal, and they have 2 more attempts to get it.
I love his reaction. I would love to know what he said there, because that looked like a big exhale after the clutch, and then he's like, "Oh, okay, guys, we have our round. Good."
Won the board. That's a big moment for Killers. Did a great job to simply staying alive. It sounds silly, but staying alive, it's so valuable. You know, it's just like doing nothing is doing something, because if you have 5 defenders, you know, attackers worry about like the crossfires, the potential angles, backstabbing is more difficult, there's just more worries of gadgetry and such. And if you're like, oh, I want to make a play, guys, you move, you die to a DMR holding you, it's like, okay, I should have just done nothing. That would have been something. Now I did something and I died because of it. And of course, throwing down that timer. HO Tori were in a position where Fury were planning with 0 seconds left. There was no way to win that round because you did so well staying alive. Here's a Blitz though. Looking for the entry. Dark now on the Dokkaebi. Fao did a great job there. Jumps in. ADS is the Thorn Trap. Doesn't take any damage at all.
I'd love to know if Dark stayed with Fury by choice and didn't go to Team Orchid with the rest of the squad, or whether they decided they wanted to move on from teaming with him, because he was on that team for a very, very long time. And right now, he's 7-1, so he's not a half-bad fragger, this guy. Very experienced, much more than a lot of the other guys that Orchid have been using these days. He seems to be leading the way for this current level of Fury, who need to really focus up on roam clearing, because we still have Chatterman wild in the lobby, which is a long way from being able to escape back to site. Zoshav upstairs, and Tenno contesting them. Oh, he's now fallen off down the cargo stairs. Fury really just one-sided pushing here, not clearing the whole map, and it could come back to bite them if Chatterman and Zoshav can pull off a flank.
What about timing? And can he find more than a single kill? He sees the back of a player, but that still could be at the top fragger of Dark. It's a very valuable player to take down, so that's going to be worth it. But here comes the Blitz of Fado. Can he trade back his teammate?
Oh, surely the Blitz here will be able to get the better of him, but no, he decides to fall all the way back. Damon, though, ready on the cut from outside. Good shot. However, Zoshav, remember, was still roaming, and I don't think that Fury knew about it. He's very close to flanking, but he doesn't want to end up in a close range 1v1 with the Blitz. Wow, giving away his position, contesting Damon, who was outside. Interesting choice. I feel like at this point he has no choice but to get back to the bomb site.
Not sure if he can though. The only way down is going to be a couple of staircases. Maybe the hatch is open. I don't think it is. Oh, this one is actually in Kako. Could just drop right here and play the staircase itself. That's great. I thought Fury were watching it from the hallway, but they weren't. Instead, they walk down the staircase, find Sunstrike, or they die to the vert. Either way, there's the diffuser cold on the ground. No more Blitz, no more Dokkaebi. And this Kevin's up pig and Thermite. They're not going to return this round.
Yeah, wow. Big from Sunstrike. Finally traded, but he has been worth so much. Very valuable there for Fury holding on to the stairs and the vert. Roldini tries to sneak inside on the back of his gas, but he doesn't have the defuse. That's on Labyrinth. And remember, there's also the Yokai drone inside, likely giving callouts. Double swing at the same time from Tenno and Killers. Labyrinth now in a 1v3. HL Tori might be able to run this back. 0-3 down on their defensive side. But with a round like this, that'll give them the confidence, surely, to finish this half in style. 2 in a row, back on their feet.
And it's in a good fashion as well. The deep roamer going for a backstab, finds the Dokkaebi, the double swing on the bomb, sort of shut down the Thermite as well. It's really good small victories here from the side of HL Tori. And of course, they banned the Monty. That is a cherry on top, forcing Fury into a harder roam clear. And again, less stability in the server. So they've shut down Labyrinth on Deimos, shut down Dark on Dokkaebi, and Fallout has been ineffective the last 2 rounds now on Blackbeard and the Blitz. And I think he's 0-4 actually on the scoreboard too, not finding those injuries. Yep, he is. So really job well done here. And now they're looking at maybe getting a 3rd round. If they tie the half, that is like going above the bar. They're doing better than they should be. So keep it up, Hijotori. Show us just how much you've improved.
Like I said at the start of today, these guys played each other in the last place for kickoff. Yeah. Fury won 7-2, 7-3. So the most rounds HL Tori have ever got off Fury is 3. That might change. They just need 1 more on the defensive side, and then who knows what they can achieve on the attack. Have you noticed how the attack logo next to Fury's name looks so much like their actual logo? It's just swords instead of axes. I kind of love that.
It's actually so similar. It's, yeah. Then you got HL Tori. I can't tell if it's like a whirlwind type thing or almost like a Team Dignitas, like an alien eye logo thing. I'm not entirely certain exactly what it is.
I feel like it looks like a galaxy to me, kind of like the
like
Milky
a
Way.
whirlwind galaxy, something.
Yeah, spiral galaxy type thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And so it must be fun when you're starting your organization and you make your logo, your name. Think of G2. They were called Gamers 2, and their logo was just the text Gamers 2. It was very, very like, And then they rebranded the samurai, red eye, swords, and they instead of Gamers 2, they just spelled it G and a 2. And that was the branding change, and it worked for them. We've seen a lot of organizations in recent history go for like a more minimalistic rebranding, EG's logo, NIP changed their logo. A lot of orgs have kind of tried to rebrand themselves into a new modern era. They usually met with a bit of a, some fans love it, some fans they hate it.
Oh, get it! Yes! Huge from Farlord. It's pretty hard to land that with the timing there. But he even finds the second one. Massive value from the Blackbeard. After all, we saw from HL Tori convincing us they might be able to come back 3 in a row after that tactical timeout. It looks like that dream is swiftly put to an end. It's now Chattermint's left with it all to do. He might be the pulse playing below. He might have a C4 in pocket, but he's not going to know which of these heartbeats is the planter. And now he's been droned and swung by Dark. What a read from Fury. What a comeback, and a 4-2 split is something to write home about.
So, James, thoughts
Deep
on the current
breaths.
position that we're in?
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. For the homies on HL Tori. HL
Okay.
Homie, as I like to call them.
Ah, the
Deep
Hazel
breaths. Yes, you've used your tactical timeout, but guess what? You've just had a 2-minute mid-game side swap tactical chill break to have a chat with Vaughn and figure out what the heckity heck we're going to do in the second half. Because yes, you're moving on to the attack, much harder for most teams, but on Nighthaven Labs, you can cook on the attacking side. They have shields. They haven't been banned. They don't have to deal with hard breach denial. They can focus up, run a couple of DMRs to counter his army, run a couple of shields for good measure, maybe pull off something like Farlord did. And I think HL Tari will be looking solid.
Speaking of shields, from like the good old memory test, I don't think Hazel Tori ever plays shields on attack. Like,
Ooh, wow,
I
that's a
think
call.
without actually having a stat, I think they might have one of the lowest pick rate on shields on attack inside of the entire region.
That
Generally,
is a huge call. I am going to do my best to see
Yeah,
if
you're
I
a
can
stats
find
man,
stats
you would
to
know.
corroborate that.
because I'm trying to think, like, is it Sunstrike who sometimes plays like the more aggro shields? And then other than that, nothing comes to mind. I think Tenno might have played a multi-round at some point, but they're not like a shield team.
On the stats I've got in the last since May and June, which I think is just 18 rounds of Siege,
Okay.
we've got three Blitz picks from Sunstrike, one
Yeah.
Blackbeard pick, one Blackbeard and one Blitz pick from Sainuji. I'm not sure which player that is. Oh, poor Sunstrike. I'll look away for a second, gets Nitro Celled out of this universe. Poor guy. Are you losing your Deimos early? That's going to sting. You really need your Deimos to clear out a lot of these power positions, especially because I'm noticing not a single DMR brought by HLT, which, dare I say, is straight up trolling. Flores has the SR25. Also, the Recruit has the SR25. It's a solid DMR. You probably should be bringing it here to deal with the keeper barriers.
Yeah, just having one wouldn't be a bad shout. It does make a huge difference against the Asami, but I think they got bigger issues to worry about. You know, the Clash, for example, they have virtually no counter operators. They got some Reterators, some Flores, some grenades, but like, there ain't no Nomad. That's been banned away. There ain't no Capital. Deimos is said who could do it vertically. So I think this could be a very tough opening attack for HL homies. Let's see what they're gonna do for their attack. I always speak about this bomb side. You gotta have a 3-pointed attack, right? 3 different areas of pressure to usually succeed. And at the current minute, I think they have about half a point. They have one single attacker inside the building. That's Soshav in this hallway of meeting, looking towards connector. That's gonna be 1 point of pressure. But then you need IC breach, other side of the building, or verticality downstairs, or backstab aqua garage. You can't just go for a super simple linear approach that basically never works on this map.
Well, sometimes it's a matter of just looking at one little thing that you can achieve and focusing up on that. Maybe clearing Labyrinth, for example, but he has just retaken Electrical, and I think he's about to swing a second. No, Chatterman and Zoshav together are able to trade, but look at Dark retaking that position immediately. Keep in mind that Damon also has an off angle here. If Zoshav falls too far back, Zoshav for a big double, and now Damon's position revealed. He needs to win this fight against Killers. He does. A trade coming up from Zoshav. Good angle, but Zoshav triple kill against his old team. Farlord on the Clash as the last one standing. His shield has been nullified. Chatterman covering while Zoshav looks for a plant. Chatterman almost gets caught off guard. Zoshav decides to stick the plan and now becomes a 1v1. But Farlord does not have a shield. He might be able to stick this. 7 seconds. Can Chatterman get into position in time? He's not going to be able to! There's no time! Farlord clutches up for Fury.
Oh, disaster. A very small thing that's super vital is when you're going for a plant, you need to call out where is the post. And what that means is what's a strong position to win in that 1v1 after you get the plant down. Because jumping outside and going in back in the window, as we saw, the massive pillar in the middle of the bomb site, it blocks the angle. So you can't get down outside. We saw the pre-fire, but there's a wall. It's not gonna happen. Tori, very split there. It was Zoshav doing all the heavy lifting. 3 kills, the plant going down, etc. His teammate, Gridlock, just didn't have the coverage and also didn't have the position. Didn't even have spare grenades in pocket to buy themselves some time. Throw it out, force them off the defuse, and then get yourself into a much stronger spot. Bit of a blunder, a bit of a shame in the very opening attack. But Tori, because they got those 2 rounds of defense, they do have that small parachute. They can afford to lose that one, but they gotta start building attack around here and there.
Explosive ordnance out and primed.
4-2 is not a good start on your defensive side when you're on the 2 end of the stick. And then starting your first attack like this. Oh, I didn't realize there was a Kiba barrier protecting Labyrinth. That explains the willingness to get extra aggressive.
Yeah.
Goes to show that it's all a team effort, right? Dark with that Kiba barrier actually supported his teammate to go for that aggressive play. I like that from Fury. They're showing a lot of good teamwork, a lot of maturity in the way that they're happy to play these rounds. Well aware of the win conditions of these setups as well. Even just looking at Roldini playing the Tachanka with that shield setup, he's going to be able to deny that default boost plant for a very long time. Just to the right and up of where his holo side is, he'll be able to shoot those Shamika launcher shots over and over again. Hello though, says the Blitz, and Labyrinth decides maybe not contesting that is a good idea.
Nothing worse than like an ACOG scoped weapon against a shield in close proximity. It's so unplayable, man. And CCST only having like 11 bullets, it doesn't make it any easier. So he falls on back. Seeing Tori just kind of setting things up. I like the fact that they have Shadowman actively holding the flank with a gun. Also gives him, of course, the sound cue if he hears the guy in the hallway. Meanwhile, the Blitz is working, the upstairs clear. There's a quick fire canister on the door. So Killers, he rammed it and ran straight through it.
Well.
Tanked the 20, but honestly, let's be honest. Wasting 20 seconds waiting for that fire, it's gonna be quite expensive. So you take 20 damage, you get through the barricade quickly, and now you can start doing the vert that your team is waiting for, because everybody's waiting for Killers to get the action. He didn't see him, right?
No, I'm worried Zoshav has been baited here by the range just not being quite enough to spot Damon's position. I think he might be aware of it now, or at least saw the shield. That's well played to clear Damon away from his position. Now the Dockerby call rings on out. A flashbang. This is beautiful. What a way to abuse Aroma and force them back. Damon lets his phone blow. It's a lot of HP, though, to lose if you're a one-armor operator. Low health. Chatterman, meanwhile, also manages to catch Dark, who was getting aggressive on that flank. That's a top fragger taken down. Maybe HL Tori have a solid shot here.
They certainly have a good chance. They got a shield, they got utility, they have 4 smokes in pocket, they got a good bit of vert here from the Ram, and both Farlord and Damon tanking the Dukkha because means they have 40 less health each. So that means if you go into a gunfight against them, you have a much higher chance of winning as you need 1 less bullet to win the encounter. 30 seconds though. Tori starting to feel the pressure of time, perhaps. We gotta see Sunstrike make the march forward and get his team into a strong position.
Roldini's now been spotted as well by Zoshav on the Solid Snake. My concern here is that Farlord is in a very off position near the breach and might catch one off guard. No, he actually gets caught.
Both?
And meanwhile, Zoshav goes big with that F2. Damon to claim 1. Labyrinth is keeping the Blitz at bay. The impact is huge. He just needs to go for the fight. Doesn't matter. Zoshav forcing down that plant. It's on Killers to cover. 2v1 in the post plant with Tenno on the floor in tank. Not revivable as of yet, but it becomes a 1v1. 2 players injured on the ground. I'm not sure that Labyrinth, the Fury, knows about it. But if he can clutch this, Tenno gets revived. That's quick thinking from Zoshav. Now, again, a 1v2, but he knows at least where 1 is. Tenno's down, and Zoshav has 1 HP, a nade to work with. Well tossed out. Zoshav just needs to buy as much time as possible! Why does he peek? Labyrinth finishes off all of them and clutches up big time for Fury. Match points now in their hands.
Massive round for Labyrinth, the 1v1 king here in the APL, who went to the SI, top 4 finals, so to speak, and also to the grand finals, actually, against Slim Shady. That practice, really worked off. He played it so calm, not worried whatsoever, and I think he must have heard the injury sound because he's playing it like it was a 1v1. But we weren't sure, did they have that information? They downed 2 members, and then one got revived, but he had all the right intel to work with.
1v4, by the way.
Yeah, and he started off against the Blitz walking down the staircase, and this angle enters the second player of Killers. Tenno then gets revived. It is so many small micro plays happening. It's another small blunder there from HL Didn't have the crossfire, but to be honest, in that position, they were getting wallbanged. It's not even HL making a huge mistake. It's Labyrinth is hitting the gnarliest of shots.
It's 2 1v1 retakes in a row, by the way, from Farlord 2 rounds ago and Labyrinth that round just passed. Both clutches, Farlord's 1v2, Labyrinth 1v3.5, I'm going to call it, because one of those players was on the floor. But it makes you think, if you were Sunstrike, right, in that essentially 4v1, maybe 3v1, and you see the final player, you're calling out, your teammates planting, you probably don't feel bad going for an ADS fight, even if you lose it, right? That's fair game. I wasn't upset when I saw the Blitz die. But now you look back and you're like, man, if I had just stared at him, even if I had just bought some time, even if I'd forced him to make the first move and run away, that would have been immensely valuable. Sunstrike will be kicking himself just like everyone else from HL Tori will do as well. That one is going to cost them. That one is going to hurt. And still, they have not found a third round. They are yet to get on the board in this second half.
Soshav has certainly stepped up, though. It is now 2 rounds on attack where he's finding so many injury kills with the F2 of Solid Snake. And he's just kind of like a
positive for his team
like a free spirit. Yeah, that's something like it's a little bit personal, perhaps, right? He says, should have been me in that main roster, guys. Look at me, top frag in 8 kills against you. Only really been beaten out by Labyrinth and then Dark by a singular kill.
Problem is, you look at the flip side, and the new players for Fury, someone like Damon, obviously performing very well. So you can't. Like Farlord, Dark, and Roldini are the most experienced players on Fury because they used to do a little bit of get a few reps in with that old Fury roster, the now Team Orchid team. Yeah. Damon and Labyrinth are the new talent, and sadly, Zoshav is not quite competing with them. Oh, certainly not now.
Wait for this, but no, he's in the grave. That's the big gunfire, or gunpower rather, in the grave now. Top fragger. Sunstrike won't help in the blitz, and that's too long of an angle there for Labyrinth. Shotgun does a bit of damage, does go down. That's even numbers, but Sunstrike under a lot of pressure in the blitz.
Yeah, especially with Farlord finding that kill in second on the Tenno. Oh, Sunstrike's in the midst of a crossfire, and he will fall. Chatham in 1v3 as the Dokkaebi call rings. He finishes off Roldini. Nice shot, using the audio cue of that Dokkaebi call immediately onto the next one. He wants to hunt Farlord. He knew he was upstairs. What he might not realize is Dark was up there as well. Worried about the goo mines from the Legion, Farlord lets his phone detonate. Happy to cop the 40 HP damage to maintain this crossfire with Farlord and Dark together. Almost a shot from Dark, but no, it's not to be for HL Tori. Fury stand up and overcome. It's a dominant 7-2, and finally they've got points on the board here in APL.
Yeah, they do. And it's that rematch from Kickoff for the last spot, and it's back-to-back victories for the side of Fury. HL Tori, I will say this, they are looking a little bit better and better every play day. That was a 2-7 loss for them, sure, but they also lost 2 clutches back-to-back. That could have easily been 4 rounds for them, and then, they're only 1 round trailing behind Fury in the 5-4 fashion. But at the end of the day, no one's going to remember those small details in the future, right? When you think back upon this in 3 months, no one's going to sit there and go, oh, but Fury actually won 2 clutches. It wasn't actually 7-2. No, it's 7-2. That's how they won.
That's all that matters at the end of the day is the result, the final score. Well played from Fury. If anything, those clutches tells you that these guys, doesn't matter if they're down and out, they always have confidence in themselves. We saw a lot of confidence from Labyrinth that game. We saw a lot of confidence from plenty of players. I mean, Roldini, the other one, to get a clutch as well. Big game from Labyrinth, the 1v1 king, but apparently also the 1v4 king. And for Fury, that'll be so nice to finally feel like they have that win on the board. It's tucked under their belt, and they can start focusing on pushing towards that top 4 as making it to the stage finals.
Also very nice of them to play as much shield as they did. Fallout did have a quiet start to this game, but they had like a 3k on Blackbeard on the later attacking rounds. I love when the team can just say, hey, you're a dedicated shield player, and even if Fallout didn't get all the kills necessarily, he got so much space. It's the same thing for Tori. Sunstrike starts to be the blitz in those final rounds, and while they did lose both of them, it helped them progress and get inside the building and actually get to the bomb side on that basement attempt that they unfortunately ended up losing.
Nice to finally get a win on the board for Fury, and we fortunately have the chance to talk with their coach, Manny, on the line. Welcome on in, my friend, and congratulations on your first win in Stage 1. How are you feeling?
Thank you, yeah, feeling very good. I think, we had a difficult start last week, 2 games that we probably should have performed better in, but ultimately, look, it's just good to get the result on the board. We know these are the sort of games we should be winning. Fury have put a lot of faith in us, and it's nice to sort of at least start repaying that.
Nice. Speaking about the tough start, what has kind of been the experience so far, going from kickoff into off-season into Stage 1? What's been the big focus points for you guys as a squad? And what is the realistic expectations for placement at the end of the stage?
I think, we had a long off season. People were very, very busy. We had different things with ENC, people going on holiday, stuff like that. So it was coming into a stage where we had admittedly limited prep time, and that's why I think we had a bit of a slow start. But ultimately, for us, the most important thing has just been fixing these long-term issues. I've been on this roster over a year now, and we still have these issues of sometimes discipline on the defense, maybe giving over swings, getting onto attack and making poor decisions, pushing in too aggressively, things that we've seen last week. So it's just getting ourselves in positions where we can fix these more consistently. And look, there's still issues, as we saw today. Levy very miraculously won a 1v4 from a situation that we probably shouldn't have got ourselves in, but ultimately we won it out when we needed to, we performed when we needed to, and that's all I can ask of them. So it's just about rolling that momentum into the next few weeks now.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, obviously you joined the old roster of Team Kiri with these guys back over a year ago now. Since you guys signed with Fury in March, I'm sure there's been a lot more expectations. You said it feels good to finally give a little bit back to the organization that has supported you. Fury really means something in Thailand because of what that former roster has been able to achieve, going to multiple international events. They're now a Team Orchid, and you have pretty big shoes to fill, but you've worked with this Thai team in the Thai scene for a while. What do you think about the Thailand Siege scene? Because, of course, we've got 4 really strong Thai teams in the league at the moment, and it's doubtless that you kind of feel sometimes like you're in the shadow of Soul's Heart and Team Orchid. So how is your view of the scene as a whole in Thailand, and where do you think you guys slot into that?
Yeah, it's a very strong scene. I think it's been no secret, of the success the old Fury roster had internationally in the past. But it's just for us about proving ourselves on that stage. We know how good these players are, but I know how good my players are as well. We have beaten every single Thai team in the past in officials. We've beaten them over Stage 2, we've beaten them in off tournaments, we've beaten them in the Thailand land. So we know we're capable of taking on these teams. We have a different roster, things have changed. Unfortunately, we lost Gallet to work and Peeps went to Orchid, but we still have a strong roster. Dark and Fallout are 2 very experienced players. We know we're capable of taking these guys on our day. So it's just about showing up and performing to the abilities we know that we can do. And I believe we could very easily be the best Thai team in the region, but look, that's a far way away right now. It's just about getting our basics down, getting these results on the board for us, and ultimately just putting ourselves in a position where going into Stage 2, potentially going into 2027, we can push, we can take these teams out, and we can put ourselves back at the top.
Yeah, and last question for you. So obviously competing with those 2 really good Thai teams, Soul's Heart and Orchid, also competing with Daystar and Weibo, who are unbelievable. Is it realistic to get into the top 4 and make it to stage finals while that is your competition?
It's definitely not easy. Like, again, for my money, Weibo are a top 8 team in the world. They're absolutely fantastic, and they're really, really, really difficult to take on. The same goes for, your teams like Daystar, the 2 Thai teams at the top. Even Elevate, it's a new roster, but they have a lot of experience behind them. It's a very, very, very solid level of teams at the top, and we even saw last week, obviously we lost to Syken in a match we probably shouldn't have given away, but the fact is they beat us fair and square, and, there's a lot of talent in this league, and it's definitely not easy. We know this stage, especially with our start, it's going to be difficult, but we believe in ourselves. We know we're capable, so it's just putting ourselves in this position week after week where we can get points on the board, take each game as it comes, and short term, long term, I think we can get into these positions where we're pushing top 4 and maybe even pushing towards lands.
Awesome. I love the ambition. Your next opponent is Daystar. After that, you got Weibo, so it doesn't get any easier from here on out. Good luck, and we'll let you get to your prep and enjoy, of course, the win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manny.
Thank you, Manny. Lovely to see and chat to Manny a little bit, of course. The first time that we've had a chance to talk to Fury after a win. Yeah, very much so. And like Manny said, you know, he's been with these guys for a long time with that old Team Fury roster before Fury acquired that squad. And he's really been quite an integrated part of the Thai scene for quite some time, even though he, of course, is from the UK. But very excited to hear that Fury feel like they can actually push to being one of the best Thai teams in the league, because it is a very competitive league, of course, like we see. Up next, Team Orchid versus Weibo. It's one of, if not the best team from Thailand against one of, if not the best team from Asia. And that'll be coming up to you after this break.
Known as player, I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible, and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast-paced, mechanic-based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of wanted to get PC.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goal, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 and 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book. Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
If there's any reason that you tune into Asia, I bet it's to see some of the best teams in all of APAC go head-to-head. That's exactly what's about to freaking happen. That's right, because Weibo are playing, baby! And this one might actually give them a run for their money. Pengu, we already had our scramble at the bottom for our first game of the day. Fury dismissing HL Tori, but now we head straight to the top. It's Team Orchid and Weibo.
I know, and you gotta do these dual games about how Orchid are the GOATs and they can beat Weibo and all those things, but let's be honest, teams. Can Orchid actually hold a flame up to Weibo Gaming? They've had a roster change, but of course, let's see. These are your GOATs, okay? I'm gonna have Weibo. These are your GOATs, teams.
Okay, you're gonna put it back on me. Well, how about this? Critche is hands down the best Thai player to ever touch the game in terms of pure fragging capability.
Okay, true.
Song is gonna... Onigiri is going to be in my DMs about that, but never mind. And maybe one of the best in APAC right now as a whole. He has been such a strong fragger. Team Orchid, of course, have such a storied history. However, they've never seemed to really be able to fully bounce back ever since they lost I9 to Soul's Heart. Of course, I9 has bounced between these two teams for a very long time. He started on Soul's Heart back in the Elevate days, then he went and joined Team Orchid in the Fury days, and now he's gone back to Soul's Heart to play with his good friend Scatman. Lycolis has lost him, but of course Lycolis and Critche still get to play with those two over on the ENC national team. And yeah, Team Orchid as a whole, phenomenal team. Yes, they've made some roster changes, Exilotic and Peeps since moving to Team Orchid. And yes, they have struggled a little bit so far in this stage. Of course, their second game last week, they lost to Daystar. Thing is, I just have such high hopes for this team. So much talent, so much work ethic. I just want to see the results. And it's kind of, that's all you can do against Weibo. Give it your best.
Yeah, it's about how many rounds can you get, and can you make it close? Can you get competitive? Can you get that insane amount of experience? Because Weibo, these are my GOATs. This is the guys that go international, the people think are going to make top 8 in the world, period. You got Turtsta, the Trash Talker, Reaps, the Chinese GOAT, Harvin, who's super clutch, Speak Easy, the happiest man to ever play Rainbow Six Siege at a high level, and Gotti.
Yeah, very much so. The first time ever that Weibo have made a roster change ever since being an established team all the way back in, a year, 2 years ago? I think it was a year and 3 months approximately since Weibo formed out of the old Bleed roster and the old Elevate roster, of course, where Speakeasy and Upbay came from back in the day. But yeah, the core from Reaps, Turd, and Hoven that have been around since the Bleed days have achieved so much ever since forming as that original team. But since Weibo, over a year ago, they haven't made a roster change until just recently. Post Salt Lake City, I think they didn't go quite as far as they had hoped. Obviously, they had a pretty solid run through Phase 2, but eventually fell to the Aussies and Kiwis over on Enterprise. And that's when they turned to Gotti and said, look, mate, we thought you were pretty good on that old PSG talent roster. We heard you've been having a stint in CNL. How about you come and join one of the best teams in APAC? And so far, they are looking pretty insane. They have dropped a total of how many rounds? Guess how many rounds they've dropped so far.
1 round.
1 round in 2 games. That's how good these guys are. 7-1 over Sykin, 7-0 over Elevate. What will it be today? Well, we're going to need a map to find out. Pengu, take me through this map veto, please.
So they played Chalet and they played Fortress. They can go back-to-back on either those maps and just kind of keep the strats close to their chest. Ding, 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 ding. No, they won't. Okay. I'm going to go to Chalet. I mean, sorry, it is the same map. I'm trolling. It was Chalet and Fortress, yeah. So they're going to go back to the same map they played before. They're keeping the strats close, and this is a very stable map for Weibo Gaming. They can do their absolute defaults and probably beat the majority of the team here in the region.
Really interesting, though, that it's Weibo who banned out Lair. Of course, Orchid have only played Lair so far. They beat HL Tori, and then they lost to Daystar 7-3. Why is Weibo banning it as their first ban? That tells me Weibo are hiding something. They do not want to play Lair yet. Even if it's in their map pool, they're trying to hide it. They don't want to go against Orchid on that map. They don't want to risk it. They're going back to familiar territory. They're trying to keep their map pool small in terms of what's over on VODs for the group stage, because the real meat and potatoes for Weibo and for all these teams will be when we get to stage finals. We're trying to find that #1 team in Asia. no second chances these days. Weibo have lost that second spot to international events that Asia had previously had because of Weibo's stellar performances. They lost that to Enterprise, and it's now gifted over to OCE. So they have to prove they are, in fact, the best in this region.
In other words, do the same damn thing they've been doing for so damn long. Just keep getting first place, keep qualifying, keep your head down, and focus on the game at hand. They've honestly always impressed me there, how much they're still giving to domestic games. It feels like no matter how weak their opponent might be on paper, they give it 100%. I mean, that's why they won 7-1 over Saiken. That was the Chalet match. Of course, 7-0 over Elevate. That was on Fortress in the previous playday. They're not making any of these games like, we could win, but just giving 50. No, they'll give 100. Orchid, you gassed them up, Crit J in particular, and to be fair, I also know Crit J can individually hang 100% against every Weibo player in these gunfights, but the big question is, are there going to be any weaknesses here from the side of Orchid? Is there one particular player who's going to have a bad day today? Because if let's say they have the same guy playing Library Mezzanine, and Weibo are just like destroying that player, they can keep abusing that gap on Chalet, because Chalet functions around a couple of strongholds, right? Your Solarium stairs position, your Mezzanine on Library hold, and then of course the bomb site itself. You can, in theory, try and target the weakest player, especially if it's open, like your Deimos, like your Dokkaebi, or Shield, all of which Weibo love to abuse on the attacking side.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to, I think it was the Chiefs game we casted yesterday in OCE. I think it was on Chalet, and it was just like every single round we saw the team that was clearly a bit more experienced abusing the hell out of, I think it might have been, was it in APAC North? I'm getting my games mixed up, because Chiefs ended up getting really pressed by Shy Academy. But we've seen this before. Teams who are like, all right, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to bring Dokkaebi, we're going to bring Deimos, we're going to use them to target the same bloody person, we're going to lock them in place with line, and then we're going to throw shields at them. Good luck! You're going to have the time of your life on defense. I guarantee it.
Oh, there's one thing here. So if you're curious, what kind of role has Gotti filled for Weibo so far? He's playing DMRs every freaking attack. It's spamming Lion, or in this case, playing Dokkaebi. He's cutting the crosses middle of the building, off his balcony, fireplace double door, just waiting for any defender to walk into his crosshair.
Okay.
And then clicking left click. Crit J, explosive start, takes down Trish on the Deimos, gets straight back to the, however, by Speakeasy on the Blackbeard. A good pick though. Getting Deimos removed this early on is huge in value.
It's true, but on the flip side of that, it means that Weibo are able to take a lot of ground. The 1v1 trades, if it gives ground to the attack, probably does favor Weibo. I think that if my eyes serve me well there, I think that Orchid are doing a little trick where they actually have a Denari laser that they can sit on top of so that it doesn't open, and then they're going to wait until Blackbeard stands in the way of it and then move so that the laser activates and then gets the guard break. I'm not 100% sure. I just have a sneaky suspicion. Did you catch that?
I did not catch it, but I wasn't looking for it. But if that is actually the case, that would be insane.
That would be
it's
so
that kind
cool.
Of small trigger we don't see too much of with the Nara just yet. Still a very new operator to the roster of Siege.
It just reactivated for a second when Exolotic moved. I think I'm onto something here.
It might just be, but what's going to stop them from just planning default here? There is no default. The 90 is from below. Exotic over moves, so they get shot down, and honestly speaking, you can stop pending here. There's no real counterplay.
I love that. So nice. And Peeps being tracked by that Dokkaebi also opens things up for Weibo. However, Lycolis retakes Piano very nicely. Now numbers advantage for Orchid. But they're on the retake, and sticking it for Speakeasy doesn't work. Gotti might find one, but he trades himself directly. Great round from Orchid, maintaining control. Lycolis retaking Piano, and then retaking the site.
Very small things there. It does feel like Weibo weren't fully established yet for that plan to be going down. We saw Speakeasy walk into the bomb site and start planting. Then we spectated his teammate, I'm not sure it was Reeps or somebody else. He was just instantly vaulting out the Piano windows to hold the cutoff. But vaulting out right when your enemy is swinging you, he's gonna hear the sound cue, know exactly where you are, and you're still kind of figuring out the angle. So I feel like if Weibo just took like 3 more seconds before Speakeasy started forcing down that plant, maybe he seems a bit more prepared for that gunfight to happen. But either way, it's Orchid striking first, getting an opening round. Great job here from Crit J, just being like in the face of Weibo, but I do want to see somebody else from Orchid maybe helping him in the future to just try and give him a bit more power to stay and stick around.
One thing I like from Crit J is when he was getting in their face, he was playing the Vigil, which means that he can't be tracked by that Deimos. But on the flip side of that, it also means that when he dies, there's no util left over. So the benefit of playing something like a Thorn in this case means that if he is going to aggro early, try and play through a one and done, then it means even if he gets traded, it's fine. He's brought a shield and 4 Thorn traps. You get so much value from that. I don't know about you, but I've noticed Lycolis tends to play a lot more aggressively than he used to. I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I feel like Lycolis used to be kind of more of your classic backline. He's the team captain. He's also the main support player. These days, he's on operators like Mozzie. Look at how active he is. Still, he's using a lot of his info, and it's smart game, but he's happy to play more aggressively, like he did last round, retaking Piano.
Quite like this, though. Peeps downstairs with Solid's creature right above the blue staircase. They're trying to hold 2 people not working together, but that's the other issue. What do you do when you get stuck in the hallway? DMR looking at you, the Munty running it down, got you with 1, home with a second, and the room clear. Completely cleared away here from Weibo. The upside, you have 2 defenders working together. The downside is 2 people can die on that roam. And now instead of being a 4 versus 4, it's going to be a 3 versus 5 here for Orchid.
Wow, and look at how quickly Speakeasy says, all right, in that case, I'm just going to get straight into sight. You might catch off some defenders before the rotate happens. Speakeasy can just sit inside and keep calling out. When you have this level of a numbers advantage, you can do so much. Like Colas takes down Reeves, but Speakeasy is going to go for a plan. Oh, immediately fakes it. There's info on him, thanks to that bulletproof camera from Orchid. However, Weibo, no, there's so much time. Not even half the round is done. And there are only half the players left in the server, it feels like. More targeted by that Deimos, Lycolis, both having his phone rung and his Deimos track, revealing his position. He needs to try and take that fight. BG Man now contesting. I mean, these guys are really under so much pressure, and with that kill coming out from, well, Hoven and Speakeasy together, it's all on Lycolis.
In the basement. Called again, grenade tossed on out, just a matter of time before another Deimos tracker comes through. He's gonna answer his phone actually. And then in turn, get that. It is so utterly unplayable. Toss now is the right with Munty, so and he's as good as dead. Beautiful push there from Weibo from the beginning to end. And you see the confidence there from Speakeasy. I will always say this. The problem against Weibo is you want to bend the Dokkaebi, you want to bend the Deimos, the Blitz, the Ying, the Glass, the Munty. There are so many vital operators that they can utilize to such a high level. But I always will say this. I think Speakeasy on the Munty would be my personal highest priority. This dude is unstoppable, and the entirety of his team will just walk behind him and pick you apart. He was in the site within 60 seconds and just standing there menacingly. And then they push BG Man inside a trophy, and it's Speakeasy walking and peeking, right-clicking with the pistol, and Reeves walking down the stairs for a perfect 2v1. Nothing you can do about it.
Remember how good Speakeasy was on the black bit as well 2 rounds ago. So it's every shield is good. You know, Blitz is clearly good enough because Orchid have banned it. But clearly also, Dokkaebi Deimos, even complemented with the line, like what the living hell are you meant to do against Weibo playing operators? Like, they are just abusing everything. Even though the Dokkaebi's not present this round, they still have Deimos, they still have Lion, and they still have a shield in the black bit. Like, good luck getting around all that.
I mean, it's also why Chalet is such a strong map for Weibo. It fits their loose play style where you can play pretty much anything, and it also really suits their DMR players. Because again, what did I say about Gotti? Dokkaebi 2 rounds, plays DMR. Now it's on Capitao, also playing a DMR. He is just that guy. And then Hoven and Reeves, same story. Twitch and Lion, a 4-17 DMR each.
3 DMR lineup is pretty gnarly.
Yep.
Especially when you've got extra damage from all the nades, right? Like 6 grenades in the lineup. 3 DMRs plus the Vendetta pistol, the revolver from Turdster, which is basically a DMR. Last time that these teams played each other on Chalet, it was actually in kickoff. Upper bracket final was Weibo versus Orchid. It was very close. and it ended up being an 8-7 win on Chalet over Orchid for Weibo. Then second map Console, it was a 7-5. So even though it was a 2-0 in favor of Weibo, very tight game. It's the closest that we've seen Weibo pushed in a very long time. Nobody else in that bracket pushed them quite so deep.
Slowest round this far, he was alive halfway through the round. Weibo is setting up for this top Misty and top blue attack. They can use their fire and their smoke and frag grenades to great effect here to deny the crossfire. It's taking a lot of damage to dry peeking that with the crossbow in hand. There's the smoke. There's the other smoke. And there goes the fire.
Oh, Speakeasy, be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. Big nitro cell from Lycolis down below. It looks like Orchid have a reprisal. BG Man getting active with a DMR as well, but Weibo are fighting back. Gotti finds one with the DMR. He pairs up with Hoven now on this top floor as they have display control. As they look to finally clear out Library, it looks like everyone from their point of view is fallen back. We know that to be true. Default Cam finally taken down. Orchid, though, have a numbers advantage. They just need to sit back and wait, hold their crossfires. The way that Weibo win this is by finding a pick. Orchid do not need to expose themselves.
DMR, DMR. Oh, but Owen's better. Now in even numbers. But both the Weibo players are so low on health. Just 1 or 2 bullets will get the job done.
Do not peek this.
Versus Hoven and Gotti. Do not peek it too much, guys.
Again, I think Exalotic is going to give this away. We already saw BG Man give it away. Lycolis is playing the close angle with the SMD-12. Nice shot. That was insane. Now it is a crossfire as the shotgun comes out. Prone angle. He should win this fight against Gotti. Low HP. Exalotic makes his presence known. Bonk. And Orchid's captain bonks him. Finishes off the round and takes the lead for Orchid.
Very well done. They held their ground and they shut down the main push. Like, it really comes down to when you remove Speakeasy on the shield, so much intel is lost from the side of Weibo. Plus, Tursta died on the Deimos downstairs in dining hallway as well. Gonna see the operator bands first here. I'm curious, it's gonna be like your Monty, your Deimos, your Dokkaebi, your Capital, what we're looking at here. It will be the Deimos actually target band away, and Thorn in response to enable the entries. Oh, and a Weibo tag timeout.
It's an early tactical timeout. Here comes Gohan. All right, guys, listen up, listen up. Give me your headset, Reaps. I'm going to talk to the squad. Damn. Oh, man. What is Gohan saying to the squad here to whip them back into shape? Down 1-2. It's not much of a deficit. But Weibo know that attack is where they can abuse these fiery operators like the Deimos, Dokkaebi, Lion combos, and the shields from Speakeasy. They should be going up 4-2 here.
I mean, I will say it's a very early tactical timeout because, like, the round that they just lost was extremely close. Small things like a C4 kill, a kill through the smoke, shutting down the flanker of Deimos. But Gohan just entered the room, grabbed the headset, and walked away again. I'm sure he's got his coaching station behind the boys, watching all the POVs and listening in. But I like this again, like from Weibo. They're very serious about how they fare here domestically in Asia. They're not gonna take these round losses like, oh, you know, whatever, we got unlucky. No, there's an issue. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna fix it. We expect more from ourselves and each other. Going down 1-2 against Orchid on the attacking side of Chalet, mind you, super heavily attacker favored. Not good enough. So, what changes can they make? Most notably, how do they replace the lack of Deimos? That means they lose a set of frag grenades every single round now by default, and lose the tracking ability of finding a soul defender.
Well, the thing is, they've got so many other strong tools they can utilize. They're going to keep hitting with that Dokkaebi, they're going to keep hitting the shields, they're going to keep hitting the Lion. So I don't know if the Deimos is going to be massively impactful. It's like we were saying, you can ban the Blitz, it leaves open the Monty and the Blackbeard. You can ban out the Deimos, it leaves open the Dokkaebi and the Lion. It is interesting though that the Deimos is the one that they decide is actually more impactful than the Dokkaebi. I guess the thought process as well, if it's a Dokkaebi call, I can have the choice to answer it. There's nothing you can do about a Deimos track other than have a mute jammer or a two-barrel canister. I was trying to think it's Zoto canister, that's the word.
Zoto, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else you can do, but I think...
Vigil, right?
Oh yeah, I mean...
Requires an entire operator pick, probably not worth it.
requires you to be that operator, you know?
Yes, exactly.
I still think it could be cool if you enable bulletproof cameras to do more stuff, you know, because they EMP things.
Or like
but,
EMP a person, and then they, like, let's say you EMP a defender, that like clears the Dokkaebi or the
you know,
That's
mute
actually
jammer.
cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
Or,
that.
yeah.
Let's do that. Hey,
But then
developers, listen up.
BP's are pretty strong already, alright? Some very strong defenders have. Look at this round. There are 3 bulletproof cameras for defense, and they're playing Fenrir, Lucy, Melusi. If you buff them even further, you gotta take some of those away.
Yeah, no, you're right. Xalotic is going to tank the explosion from his phone. Have to move away from it burning on the ground. As Weibo starts putting a bit of pressure on. The value here of Speakeasy on the Monty instead of the Blackbeard, well, it's twofold. Of course, on the one hand, he can now get so much more information safely and just peek. But on the flip side, he doesn't have the grenades that ended up giving him those kills in Piano previously.
Reeves knows he's stuck in this corner with a red ping. They have a frag grenade in pocket, could choose to use it. No, not necessary. Reeves in the rappel angle upstairs finds the kill regardless. There's actually a sledge downstairs, not a bug unfortunately. I guess they wanted those grenades.
Oh, nice big peek there from Peeps. Hoven tried to make his entry. He goes down. Peeps is actually going to stick it. As Gotti has gone deep into the bomb site, he's being stared at by Lycolis on the clash, almost finds a kill. Now he's in a crossfire, but he still maintains control and takes down Peeps. With Lycolis going down, that's a foothold that Orchid were hoping to leverage on the bomb site finished off. And also their captain down on the ground. Gotti can hit Critche now with the call and immediately go in for the plant.
That's smart.
Critche does answer his phone. And now it's going to be a post-plant situation. Turdster is on a great angle. BG Man has to have a big impact coming from the other side. A little bit of a bait there from Critche as he doubles back. We know his fragging capability. One of the best players to ever be produced by Thailand. Must team up now with BG Man on the longer angle. Little bit of damage, but he takes a hell of a lot more. Good peek from Gotti. Him and Turd together. Maintain control, and Weibo bounce back after their tactical timeout.
Very well played there. I mean, Gotti was just in the middle of the chaos and finding a kill, an injure, confirmation, falls back immediately. And that's that disciplined playstyle that you need to have from your rookie on the roster, Gotti, the newest member. He doesn't overcommit and get filled with adrenaline, making the wrong decision. He recomposes himself. And then he said, okay, I got a Dokkaebi in pocket, I can become the planter. Tursta, who's my cover, is all in Solarium. He can risk walking through the wall or walking through that door and maybe getting caught off guard by the other enemy that I'm not fighting. So he becomes the planter, and he's like the middle pillar that Tursta can then play around. And they take turns watching the bathroom angle, the office rotate, and the closet rotate as well. And you see them double swing there at the very end, taking down both members at the exact same time. It's so well done.
It's crazy to think that we've already had a lot of game between these two teams. We're only 4 rounds deep. It really feels like this has been a battle, not just in the server, but mentally as well. Weibo getting whipped back into the shape so early on by Gohan. And again, just looking at the operator bans really tells a story. Weibo, double trap ban and a mute ban. It's so different to what you would see so much else of the time, right? With teams going and banning hard breaches, or hard breach counters, I should say, mirror, or plenty of other defensive passes. No, it's all about the traps, all about that mute.
And I think that's why it's a very underrated ban. It's the second time that Weibo have done this now, or both on Chalet. It enables so many other operators that normally have a soft counter, like we say, Demo Tragger, Jammer stops it. And by ban, you're forced to ban the Demos at a much higher frequency. What is this? This is in there. They clear office, they take piano control, they're fighting master bedroom. Guys, where's the roam? Where's that extension? You are letting them gap find against you without fighting back.
Oh, Xalotic eventually trades, but he's going to get stabbed straight back again. Like Hollis wants to try and fight back, but Gotti is pretty much safe outside on the balcony. And the shield is the perfect ingredient. However, with BG Man below, there might be a vertical angle. He's already used his C4. Now he's forced back now. The wall has been breached. Played this so well. And Speakeasy can just continue feeding them info. Oh my god!
What?
That was cheeky. The timing there. Lycolis goes for a nitro at the exact moment Speakeasy takes the fight. quick QE peek. Ooh, almost a kill there for Peeps, but the pre-fires and then the finish off from Reaps means it's just BG, man. 1v4, no hope in hell.
Nope. He's gonna vault the rotate, stock in mid animation rather, and get shut down by Gotzi on the vert. Again, Weibo, I really like this. So when Tursta walks in super deep, he's saying, guys, I'm gonna go for a play and see what happens here. He takes down the Goyo, then dies after to the Thorn for the trade. And I'm thinking, where is the rest of Weibo Gaming? Is Tursta trolling? Are they trolling and just letting him die? But they make that a super risky play, and then they had Gotcha in the office door. He then wide swings the door and trade Tursta after. This way they get a 2-for-1 trade, they get a ton of map control and a ton of pressure, but only one of their players was in a risky position. Look at it here again. Tursta, super risky spot, and then trade it back from outside. Boom. It's perfect. A lot of teams, they will send, 3-4 attackers into the blender. A lot of people can die very quickly to a C4 or a couple good shots from the defense. They make a highly risky play by only exposing one player, making it a much higher chance of succeeding. Ground.
Yeah. Can't help but feel like if you are going to ban any of the 3 shields against Weibo, it's got to be that Monty. Obviously, easy to say when we've just seen it for 6 rounds or 5 rounds and a 6th upcoming. But leaving that blitz in, obviously it might have hurt, but surely not as bad as banning that Monty. One of your favorite operators, Pengu, making an appearance. What's going on here for Tursta?
Tursta has realized how easy the game has become now. They banned the Deimos, they're still, flowing and getting all these kills. And instead of playing, well, to be fair, they have banned Solar Snake and Deimos. I guess you're kind of put into a Jackal or Dokkaebi.
The crap version of Solar Snake and Deimos.
Yeah. He's literally been demoted for the operator ban selection to play the Jackal. And this might actually be the only scenario where it's justifiable, because nothing else is available to him.
It is good quick info. Shit. That's the thing. Like, he can walk down these hallways and see, oh, well, I guess no one has walked here, at least recently. No one's walked here at all.
Yeah.
And as soon as he does see footprints, he gets one free. Oh my god, like Colas. I cannot believe it! Oh my god. He doesn't need the Blackbeard. Give him a pistol and Speakeasy will deal so much damage. That is unbelievable. And the phone call kill from Gotti, BG Man obliterated. Tursta even finds a kill. That is going to round off the half. Surely Peeps in a 1v5 as his phone is about to detonate. Doesn't even get a chance because Reaps has hunted him down. Weibo Gaming finish off the half in style. Big revival after down 1-2. They take that tactical timeout. Gohan gives them a real hiding. 3 rounds in a row for Weibo. Now in the lead. 4-2 split at the end of the attack is exactly where you want to be. Oh, you got to do it. You got to do it. You know what's hilarious, Nick? You have to ban that Monty. You have to ban that Monty.
Yeah, you tell me. You tell me.
I was sorry. For those at home, Nick was muted for you guys, but I could still hear him, and he was making this great point, which I was about to steal.
Oh man!
Why don't you make your point again? Make your point again, and then I'll piggyback on it. You do.
Against Weibo, every future opponent, right? It used to be speakeasy, extend the shield, walk around, beep, boop, boop, boop. He looks at you, but nothing happened. Now look at this. ADS that gunfight, take that one, get the kill, get the damage. There's so much value. Jackal getting a kill, poetry in motion, I guess, whatever. Love seeing Turstep being a more flexible player these days and being willing to play many different roles and positions and many different operators as well.
It's also nice when a player can offer something up and say, oh, I know that I sometimes play Solar Snake here. I know that we kind of need someone to lurk and get in the map. Solar Snake's been banned. Now the Deimos has been banned. Why don't I just grab Jackal? It's not perfect, but it's probably more useful than just playing like a Sledge or a Zafira. I may as well see if there's any valuable info I can get based on it. But you know what was really hilarious about that point you made about the Monty? We saw Speakeasy play Blackbeard 2 rounds that half, Monty 4 rounds that half. Monty, 100% win rate. Blackbeard, 0% win rate. The 2 rounds he played Blackbeard are the ones that they lost.
Damn, okay, yeah. So I'm hearing ban the Blitz and Monty, force him on the Blackbeard, and then they just lose every round. That's how you beat Weibo. Confirmed. Just like that.
0% win rate without Monty. They are frauds.
We're talking about, you know, the mute ban being kind of a niche one here. Now we're banning double drone operators from Twitch and Brava. I love when teams not banning the same exact operators as everybody else, because you're going into this with a game plan that's very specific, targeting your opponent, countering them, and or forcing them into an uncomfortable playstyle, as they're missing some operators that would never be banned away usually. But we also talk about the operator value of power-ups, and you left everything open for Orchid to take. We're seeing all of it right here. We're seeing Deimos, Dogobi, Monty line in the very opening round. That is a lot of explosive power for the attack.
Oh. Dosa, remember, he still has 2 of those Grishmots in pocket if he gets close to that Monty of the Lycolis. It's actually just placed 1. It's about to get breached on though, so I think he'll likely fall back here. Notice how Weibo banned 2 traps when they're on attack, and now they're playing a hell of a lot of traps themselves. We've got, what, 4 trap operators in this lineup. Reeves has actually peeked on out and found Exile Logic. I think that was outside, perhaps, the Lion. Ooh, wow, good usage of the Elamine to knock the shield back. However, they don't manage to find that shot. What is that? Angle somehow turns to stays alive. Reeps manages to find something as well. They're trying to support each other with those Scorpions, and Lycolis now trapped in a corner, needs to take the fight with the pistol, but he is no speakeasy. In fact, it is very hard indeed. Lycolis cannot surmount the Weibo defense, and the Kings of Asia look unbelievable in their first round on the defensive side.
I mean, that is a Reeves classic right there. He should just be dead. He should just be in the grave, and it's a 4v4. But he takes down 3 other players with him, and he's alive for so long that his teammates, they can also make a play around his positioning. And that's going to force Team Orchid attack timeout, despite only losing, you know, that very first attack around. I guess they felt the lead slip away now, and the team Weibo, the Weibo gaming comeback is very real.
Of course, you've just lost 1 round of attack, yeah, but you've also lost 4 rounds overall in a row, and you're at a 2-5 deficit, which means you lose 1 more match point. At the start of this, Orchid looked really good, but all it takes is a bit of discipline from Gohan, and Weibo are locking the hell in. Hopefully, we can see the same thing from the Orchid side.
Yeah, I feel like this is bringing back that thing that we mentioned yesterday. not easy doing that part. That summarizes the Team Orchid Weibo gaming matchup right now, because it is literally just difficult, and it should be. Weibo is like the best in Asia. They are a top 8 team internationally by many people's metric. And while they did not have the best Salt Lake City major performance, they've made that roster change minus Ape plus Gotti, and they are looking like they got back some... I don't want to say they got back some discipline and some hunger to win, because that's always been there, I would say. But they are certainly playing at the same, if not higher level. Gotti individually has had only great games so far, and he's slotted really well into the playstyle of Weibo from the get-go.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, I don't know, sometimes I got no more to say than it's not easy when it's hard, Pengu. I think you really were onto something with that. And for Orchid, I mean, they're getting the full taste of Weibo. They really are. One round at a time, what can you do? They're trying to leverage the Monty, but it is so much grimmer than what we saw from Speakeasy. They're trying to leverage the Deimos, but they're not doubling it down with the Dokkaebi. They have the line as well, but yeah, they just don't seem to have the same playstyle as Weibo. They can't benefit from it in the same way.
Tursta, of course, often plays on this kind of solo position, just enabling himself. That's how we saw him like operates like the Deimos, the Solid Snake, the Solus. He's a free spirit in the server. Now he's in the basement. Go for a backstab at any point that he would like to if he sees there's no droning presence. We know all the attackers are downstairs around the area of kitchen, trophy, dining, looking for a kind of a solar side push at the minute. And therefore we see Tursta trying to respond by jumping out on the opposite side of the building, looking for a rappel ankle grabs.
Hostile tag.
Piece by piece, taking control here for Orchid. I like this rotation from Exalotic. He's gone from the solar windows to now the main double window. Orchid have a lot of pressure on all aspects of this situation on this clear. Of course, there's a lot of map to clear before they get towards the bomb site. But almost a catch. The fact that BG Man wasn't already in position means that Hoven gets away with his life.
Yeah. Small details, but it can cost you the opening pick, and there's been so much time spent just taking, what, 4 rooms in control? Kitchen, Solaria, master bedroom, office, and that's all they've got for the current minute. You still have Tursta locking down below with a couple of other players, but Gotti does fall actually on the smoke. That's gonna buy you so much more time. This wall from the dining hallway was not reinforced, and a long line of sight actually shut down Gotti. It means they've lost their anchor player as well. So it's 3 defenders above and just Tursta downstairs in mudroom. The site has a gap, but time is ticking here for Orchid.
They need to try and break through this defensive setup, but a second pick might help them out. They still need to clear that player at the top of the blue stairs. Peeps, though, finding Reaps as well. We do need Critjet to get active. No grenades left. Out comes the pistol. Needs to try and take the fight. Only 3 shots left. Shotgun comes through and lands onto Hoven. Turts is the last one left. He was stuck in mudroom. Now they know exactly where he is. But look at him. He's Tursta. He doesn't care that he's in a 1v5. He will still fight every single player like Colas, forcing the plant down in games. Wait, Tursta might be able to deny the plant in time. He almost got it. If that had been a different plan spot, Tursta clutches the rounds.
That would have been a way to win it. It was just about 1 second left as well. It was oh so close. That's the bar bomb set that's usually very strong favor in the defense, but with Gotti dying early and Orchid finding those kills around the top mezzanine, top blue stairs position, they went from having a 5v5 with a minute to go into like a 5 versus 2 only 20 seconds later. So very well done. The Monty also paying off. Team Orchid, it looks like they just wanted to like get to the bomb site with 5 attackers alive, and then they can just pick it apart. So a slower early state of a round to ensure they get to a late round. That means not getting caught off guard by players like Tursta on that roam. And maybe instead of hunting him, you're going to avoid him and just let him go for a flank late round and just be very good at watching those drones. That could just be the win con here for Orchid. At least as long as Monty's alive. But come the ban phase, that's the problem. If we're able to target ban the Monty, what do you do at that point?
Oh, 1 round at a time is the only way to play it here for Orchid.
Yeah.
And with the dominant round like that, I think they're pretty confident that they can make it work.
Fair bit of IQ being played this stage as well across various regions. It's often used for utility. Like we see here, you can find stuff like your mine magnets, your Denari lasers, Griswold mines. And then I also say like there's been an increase in Echo here in stage 1 compared to kickoff.
I think you
and
have
because
to
Echo
for
being
the
played
shields,
more,
man.
IQ gets more. Yeah, well, we're getting the shield counter operator next season, I want to say, right?
Yeah.
On defense.
I feel like...
I'm very curious how that plays.
I hate to say it, but I don't know. Do we need it? We have so many shield counters. I know we were talking about how good shields are, but like you also have 3 operator bands.
I know, but it's also like... I think there's not like a operator that just like completely screws its shield. Think of like Thatcher versus Bandit,
Clash.
right?
But,
okay,
but even then, that's a terrible example. Bandit counters Thatcher.
Yeah, but it's like, if Bandit isn't tricking, Thatcher's completely nullifies you, right? You have to
Sure.
like, actively change your playstyle against the Thatcher.
Bro, that's like saying if Clash doesn't use her gadget, then shields don't get countered by Clash.
Well, Clash has to be in a very particular area of the map to hit the shields and therefore counter them. So I'm curious if it's going to be like an actual very interactive gadget to shield counter or not. But you are right. It doesn't solve the problem.
If it's the same
Maybe
kind
not.
of a shield counter that like Warden is a Ying and Glaz counter, then I think that that's a bit lazy. I'd be sad. I think that I want something that's a little bit more interesting as a counter than just something that just like hard counter shields. Oh wow, nice little flank there from Reaps onto Peeps. Say that 10 times fast. Reaps is hungry for a little bit more. Goodbye, Critche. Great shot there. 4v3 now for Weibo, and Reaps is still at large underneath the bomb site.
He's in flow state. He's got no C4 though, so playing from beneath doesn't get you that much value. A good pop flash, Lakota that killed Lamonti as well, actually, in the middle of the bomb site all of a sudden. But they don't have the case the current minute. It's dropped just a second to go on the outside balcony, so Lakota zooms back out, picks it up. Now they can go and go for a plant, but like I said, there's no C4 from Reaps. They have no plant denial. Are they not gonna fight it?
Yeah, wow, they just let the plant go down, and in the post, there is also a kill as well. Gotti is low HP, despite finding XR Logic. Problem is, Lycolis is really under the pump now. He can't overextend, he just wants to try and back up. He's not guard broken, and there's not a lot of util here for Gotti and Reaps to get this done. The only thing here is the bait here. Lycolis does end up getting baited by Reaps. It's now a 1 versus 1. BG man has to try and bait him. Well played from BG. Just a single little tap. And now he's going to sprint around. Reaps. Oh my god, he's going to stick it. He gets off! But he still has time! Quad kill for Reaps as he plays it to perfection. And the counter defuse is his to own. Cool and calm as ever. Big clutch for Reaps to project Weibo onto match point.
Oh, such a hard 1v1 to play if you're the attacker, because think about this here, right? He's gonna sprint in that office door, and then he's gonna fake sprint towards Reaps, and then go back out the building. But it's a mind game, because how would you rather lose the round if you're the attacker? To your opponent sticking it, and you just lose on time, essentially? Or the fact that you sprint in there and try and take the gunfight? And it becomes a matter of, like, what do you think the right play is? Had he just run back out the building, we all know he would have won because Reaps came off it on the very last second, shotgun in hand, he got the kill. But I really respect the fact that Orchid, they wanted to go down swinging. They wanted to try and force that gunfight and not lose to a counter defuse with Reaps just holding F the entire time. But it's a hard post plan. You vault in the window, the double window from office balcony, you make a huge sound cue, giving Reaps the heads up of, hey, I'm in the building, and you die to creep fire. But if you take the door, we saw what happened. The shotgun is even stronger here. Reaps, he just did.
What a reaction there. Big exhale, bit of a rub of the heart, make sure it's still there and it hasn't jumped out of his chest as of yet. Ah, man, BG played that so well, but I do feel like maybe he needed to fake it slightly less so that he wasn't forced into the sprint. I even wonder, like, after the second fake, maybe he just needed to crouch walk up at half wall, or maybe he needed to jump in the window. There's no good solution there, but neither is there a good way to play it for Reaps. Sometimes it just comes down to pure talent versus pure talent, and Weibo have no shortage of that whatsoever.
I am curious, like if I was an opponent of Weibo, what map would I want to fight them on? Because I feel like they have a pretty big map pool. Like they can probably play every single map in APL against any of the APAC North, Asia, O's, and do a pretty damn good job. I think Weibo's map pool only becomes a question at like international grounds against like EU and Brazilian teams.
Yeah, well, if you look back at
like...
Salt Lake, they beat 4AM CNL team on Lair. They almost beat Twisted Minds on Labs, lost at 7-8. Then they lost to Virtus Pro on Cafe 7-4, and then they lost 0-2 to EP 7-2 Fortress 7-4 Labs. So mostly actually more of your structured maps and your balanced maps rather than your border and your chalet type. Maybe that's where you want to be taking Weibo.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like Cafe, Bank, maybe Lair, to be fair. But I think Clubhouse, for example, we think is very structured. I think it does provide enough freedom for Weibo to pick you apart with Gohan's prep work and how they can do these like niche operator bans. I think they do a great job on that map as well. Speaking of operator bans, they did ban them on team. So then the big question was that I presented earlier, what will Orchid do without that kind of crutch operator? Because now they can't just stabilize the rounds. It was brought in previous attempts of their attacks.
Yeah.
Now they're gonna make do without.
Well, Weibo also gonna have to do without the Fenrir. It's one less trap operator. There are not many trap operators. Wow, Reaps really playing with fire, dodging those nades. Great shot from Hoven. Goodbye to Exarlotic. No more E1Ds to worry about. As Hoven immediately gets tracked by that Deimos. The phone call as well from Peeps.
Got the shield.
And the nade, my God!
Oh boy. Wow.
That is one way to obliterate a player on a hard extension. You finish him off like that. Crit J as well to follow on to Speak Easy. Suddenly the round is flipped on its head and Orchid have a way back into it.
That's an incredible grenade. There was no escaping it on that platform.
Oh my God, what a play!
They go, but they get shot down immediately.
That was so risky. Gotti as well goes forward, however, traded back. Weibo cannot win the trade game. Reaps has to clutch again. He won a 1v2 last round. Can he do it for a second time in a row? You're right, there's no more track, but BG Man is alone on the bomb site. Critche is not nearby. Plank goes down. BG Man has to make sure not to pop his head up. Otherwise, Critche will be left in a 1v1. But the track now comes through. Both of these players know where each other are. It's the last track remaining for Critche. He's going to have to play this perfectly. Reaps will need to bait him out. You're right, it's unplayable in theory, especially with Critche having that shotgun to make additional vert. I hope his pistol's reloaded as well. He will need it to take this fight. Oh, wow. The Elamine actually might make it harder. There's no goddamn way! Reaps! A second round in a row, he clutches for Weibo, and that's the game in the books for the Kings of Asia.
What a way to win it! So in the 1v1, you're gonna be hearing the defender how many times going for that defuse, like the first sap, the second sap, the third. That's when you go for the swing. When it's a very normal, like I know what's happening scenario, Critche is so favored. But the Elamine going off, he loses his visual, he's audible, they don't have a drone for a red ping or yellow ping confirmation, and they will just lose the round literally to an Ela trap. And he spent his only Deimos track way earlier in the 1v1, the final track by the way, to figure out his exact location right when he killed his teammate. So he couldn't even use that anymore. No frag credits, no nothing. An Elamine clutch.
That is unreal. That is so crazy. What a play from Reaps. And to think that Orchid banned Thorn, Malusi, and Fenrir. 3 traps just to lose it because they didn't ban the Ela. Gohan's going to have a chuckle about that. And a big dab up as well for Reaps. That game is on him, hands down. 2 clutches in a row, a 1v2 into another 1v2 with the Ninja Defuse. A 4K into a, I don't even know, 3K, 2K, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Reaps stepping up massively for Weibo Gaming.
Praise Gotti though. Like in that final round, it was 2v4, and Gotti got 2 kills. Shot down the bathroom window jump in, turns around and kills one more player by piano double door. And then Reaps can fall on back and use the kind of, I don't know, awkward silence in the server to reposition. So it's Reaps clutching it, but it's Gotti kind of setting him up with the assist. And again, I gotta say, Gotti has slotted in so well to this roster individually, top ranking a lot of these games, or at least like leading the top portion and just not making a ton of mistakes. The only kind of bad moment Gutsy had this entire map of Chalet was when he died on smoke on the bar defense to a long DMR angle. And that was just not knowing where the attackers were coming from and of course where the danger was. Other than that, he's been solid for Weibo.
So Weibo sit in a position where they have won 21 rounds and only lost 4 so far in their first 3 games of APL for Stage 1. Unbelievable. There's a reason why they are the kings, and even though they have the best strategy, they have the best fraggers, they also have the best clutch potential. And a moment like that from Reefs, 2 rounds in a row, certainly puts things into perspective. Team Walker, we've been saying, are they going to be good enough to challenge Weibo? It's a very different situation to Stage 1. We used to have 2 slots to this region, now we just have the 1. And Weibo are not slowing down anytime soon. Their next game's a Soul's Heart. They don't play Daystar until the final day, and it looks like nobody can stop them. So let's have a chat with Speak Easy, my man. Martin, what the hell have you been feeding Reeps? Again, two 1v2s in a row. This guy is making everyone else in the league look like chumps.
And he does that in my ranked games as well, so he's saving my elo and the points for Weibo in the Pro League.
Insane.
Beautiful. I mean, I don't know what to say anymore to you guys. You guys are looking better and better every stage. You know, you made a roster change, minus AP plus Gotti, and everyone's thinking, is this the right thing to do? You guys have been so consistent. How are you going to introduce a new play into your system, etc.? It's looked like such a phenomenal change. I mean, Gotti individually has had some great numbers, but also you guys look like you haven't skipped a beat. The coordination, the synergy. Is this just you guys having like a magic book of, hey, Gotti, this is how we play the game, read this book, and now you can just join us? Like, what happened there?
I think it's more like a play style wise. Like, I think you know him when he was in PSG. How he plays is like very supportive, very not say beady, but very passive, very intelligent about how he takes his ones.
Yeah.
And I think that with this swap, because right now what he plays is like full. We want him to be like a full support, where he can give us active infos and also not getting picked off like a stupid death, let's say. So I think that's like one of the points that he brings that really helps us improve. And I think it shows, all these 3 play days has been fantastic, and we're so proud of him.
Yeah, you guys
There's
are looking...
one thing though. There is one more thing, okay? Just a small tip here, Speakies, okay? I noticed one issue, a huge issue for Gotti, okay? And this could actually be the demise of you guys if you don't figure it out fast. If they ever nerf the DMRs, Gotti's useless. He's playing Dokubi DMR, DMR, Lion DMR. You need to help this guy play automatic weapons, because if they get nerfed, you're in deep trouble, my man.
Bro, until the DMR gets nerfed, I mean, yeah, you can play the DMR all he wants, but the new assault rifle is good though. Like, they have it on Doke, they have it on Sands, it's really good. So I think it's no problem for him.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Time will tell. Speaking of crazy, overpowered things in the game right now, we've seen you guys consistently ban trap operators and mute, and then run Dokkaebi, Deimos, and you're always on a shield. You float around. They banned Blitz. You played Blackbeard twice. That was cool. You got a few kills. And you played Monty, and you did not lose a single round that you played Monty today. What is going on with the meta and your team's playstyle, and specifically your playstyle at the moment?
I mean, I don't want to say too much about how we play, but like right now in Siege, there's like 3 kinds of ways you can play. You can play like the traps, the fast, like what we did, ban Twitch and Brava, and like abuse having traps on defense. But for attack, like you have those Doke, those Snake, and Deimos. Like you can't ban any. You can't ban like all. If you ban like these 2, I can play shields. Yeah. And yeah, stuff like that. Like I think it's just about how the teams want to play and how they want to abuse like all this meta stuff. Yeah, it's just very. It's better than defender sided, I think. So I think this is a fun Siege meta right now.
Quick last question I wanted to have. I see Hoven running around behind you. We noticed 2-1 down. Gohan taps on Reeps' shoulder and says, "Mate, give me that headset." He puts the headset on. What did he say to you guys in that timeout?
I mean, that timeout, he just said, just use the Monty, bro. Like, you can't, they have a problem. Oh, I don't think you can hear, but yeah, that's exactly what I said. Just use the Monty, and that's why, like, most of the rounds after that, I just use Monty, where I can just feed my teammates information, and I think they panic through that, so it works.
Yeah, I think you won the next 6 out of the next 7 rounds as well. So congrats to you. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you after your next games as well. Good luck for the rest of the stage.
Thank you so much.
Phenomenal. See ya.
Thank you. See you.
See ya. Always a pleasure to chat with our good friend Speakeasy. Weibo, 7-3. Man, they were pushed so close, Nick, compared to their last 2 games. And yet, it really wasn't close at all. Of course, a big win for Weibo. Next up, they have Soul's Heart, another team who got close to winning a map off them in kickoff, but did not do so. They don't play Daystar, who seems to be their best competitor right now, until the final play day. And of course, that's before we even get to stage finals. I'm sure that at this point, Weibo is all but confirmed for stage finals. Technically, there's a way where they don't make it to the top 4. They'd have to lose pretty much every game from here on out, and that's just not happening. They're more likely to win every game from here on out. But of course, our day has not even started, really. We're only halfway through. We've got Psych and Company versus Elevate, and later today, the big hitter, it's Soul's Heart versus Daystar. So stick around for more APL.
During like my high school time, when I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-mans, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-mans lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and that was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those 3, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Spheres. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Spheres, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
It's a sunny day for Weibo fans, but for the rest of the league, all that means is it gets harder and harder to shoot for that spot at EWC. We have a lot of contenders here in Asia, Pengu, but can anyone stand up to Weibo? So far in the BO1s in the group stage, not to be.
Not at all, and I'm a bit worried about everybody else because only having one spot right now since Oceania is the sub-region here with 2 spots makes it even more difficult here in Asia and APAC North. But it's not about Weibo anymore. We got new teams, new players. Elevate versus Psyking Company. James, what do you make of this matchup?
Oh, well, firstly, let's talk about Elevate, a team that lost last week 7-0 to our infamous Weibo. This is a very much new roster, of course, completely revamping the squad coming into this year after a terrible Six Invitational with their Brazilian roster. Org nuked that old team and then put together this roster full of Asian stars that have quite a bit of history, most recently bringing on Tolji and Hysterics into the core roster, both old household names. Hysterics on the same Airwolf with Speakeasy that went to Tokoname and upset the best team in Europe at the time, all the way back in 2019. Tolji as well, also well known from his appearance with Gaming Gladiators, the old Indonesian roster, who went to the Berlin Major in 2022, and plenty else. And Haikal as well, one of the most exciting young prospects from Singapore. But overall, this team has really struggled to find their feet because despite those roster changes, they've had 2 hard games, arguably against the 2 top teams in the league so far to kick things off. A 7-4 loss to Daystar and then a 7-0 loss to Weibo. They need some wins under their belt with this new team.
Yeah, it's not exactly been the start they wanted to have, but I mean, the benefit of having experienced players is that you can probably take these losses a bit easier on the shoulder, so to speak, and say, guys, we lost this game, yes, but what can we learn from it? What can we do to get better going forward? That's what experience can usually get you. On the other side, though, you have Psyking Company. There will be a name where if you are a very big fan of Elevate at some point here in the region, you'll recognize somebody here. Where is he? Oh, Mr. Jogor finds himself now on this spot. He's always memeing on social media about the jerseys. What was he wearing? A Daystar jersey?
Yes.
Play day.
Yeah.
He posted about his Elevate jersey this morning on Twitter. He's just in there. I'm not sure exactly what this spiel is about, but we know Jogor, he's a big meme of a player. And Psyking Company, they've actually had a pretty decent start. A 7-5 victory over Fury, that's a pretty good one. And then they played Weibo, 1-7 loss, but that's Weibo, it doesn't matter, okay? They beat Fury, that's like the start of their season.
Very much. Of course, Psychic Company were known as Unreal Nightmare in Kickoff, if you remember that name kicking around, and 7th Heaven back in the Challenger Series. And like we said, they've had a few roster changes ever since then, the most recent being quite a few. And having a look at Jogor, I mean, it's the Elevator logo and the Elevate fake jersey. This is iconic. I just love it. Is he wearing his actual Elevate jersey underneath it? I think he might be from the good old Elevate days.
It looks like it, Max. It might have some color in there at least. Yeah, so he posted that jersey or shirt earlier saying, does anybody want to buy my Elevate jersey? Wink, wink. And I guess nobody came in with an offer because now he's wearing it.
Oh, man. Iconic. I love it. Look, this team, Psychic Company, obviously new organization supporting them. New name, couple of fresh faces in Neon Momo and Jogor. But are they going to be able to hold a candle to these guys? Kati really showing us the most intimidating death stare I've seen in a while. Realistically, when it boils down to it, both of these teams gunning for a win. Not so many points on the board for either so far. But at face value, despite, in theory, Psychic Company having better results so far, I feel like Elevate come into this as the favorite team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of hard. Like, I think you can make the argument for both teams in some sort of way, mostly due to the fact that Elevate had a rough start so far. You know, the 4-7 lost Daystar, and of course, and even worse was the Weibo in 0-7. But if you were to really give the experience notch, you would say Elevate. But I personally, I'm going to favor Psyken.
We do have a historic head-to-head result, which I'll chat about in a minute. But first, let's talk about another head-to-head. It's a player from each team, the veteran and the rookie. Hysterics Back from retirement, back from being a substitute, he's back in the server for Elevate. He's really struggled so far, but once upon a time, Hysterix was the young gun new pickup for that old Team Cryptic, eventually Aerowolf roster, and he was once upon a time known to be like one of the best fraggers in APAC, and he's going up against Joe Gore, an ultimate memer, 5 years his younger, but so far superior in the stats out of these first 2 games, it's not even funny.
And that's been a thing for these returning veterans, is that both Tolji and Hysterix has statistically struggled with the meta changes, right? The game is much faster now than it was, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And it's maybe either a matter of time before they figure that out and kind of shift their own gear, or they'll just naturally continue to struggle throughout this entire stage. And in that case, that would actually be a weakness of Elevate if those 2 players can't keep up individually.
Back when Syken were Unreal Nightmare, we saw them in the 5th place decider match in kickoff, lose out to Elevate, 1-7 on Fortress, 3-7 on Nighthaven Labs. Let's see where we'll be playing tonight for this rematch. It's just a best of 1. Only 1 map will be played, Fortress or Labs. Both banned out. It's either Consulate or Chalet. It's another Chalet for us here today. An aggressive map to see. I'm looking back. It was actually Elevate that banned Chalet when they played each other in kickoff, but here in stage 1, let's see if Elevate can finally get a win on the board. Both teams sorely need it, especially for Elevate if they have any hope of making it to stage finals. So let's load up Chalet and start to see whether Elevate can finally get some wins on the board.
It does feel like Syken Company was forced into choosing this map though, because it's between Chalet or Consulate, but they were picking the map. That means Elevate chooses starting side, and we all know that if you pick Consulate, you're gonna start on the attack because of that, and then you're gonna go down 1-5, 2-4. You're gonna have a hard time. Chalet is the complete opposite. Chalet is all about the attacker side, usually leveraging the power operators, the aggression, and the awkward state of the operator ban phase that Speakeasy just spoke about in the Weibo win interview. You kind of have these kind of like 3 kind of roles of how to play the game. You got the shields, you got the traps, you got the power operators, and you kind of just wanted to kind of counter what the enemy is doing. And we saw Weibo ban here in Chalet earlier, for example, the Brava and the Twitch. And you play a ton of traps, and now they can counter them. On the flip side, we've seen teams like Orchid ban the Solid Snake and the Deimos because Weibo banned the Mute. So it feels like a lot of these decisions of what operators you're going to see play in these best of 1s comes down to the enemy's hand. For example, here, Mute ban, Solid Snake ban. That kind of nullifies each other, right? Because playing Solid Snake into a Mute ban or a Deimos into a Mute ban means you get so much information for free because the soul counter is gone. So really good read from Syken Company. They actually end up banning the Mute to enable some more, but then Elevate, same story. They actually removed one of those 2 key operators.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of teams are now looking at Weibo and saying, okay, if they're banning the Mute and abusing the Deimos and the Dokkaebi and the Solid Snake, then perhaps we can do the same. Of course, while technically the Solid Snake is countered by the Mute, you might want to ban it out for that. You do have to be standing within range of a Mute Jammer to actually get the benefit of that, and Solid Snake is typically for really aggressive roam clears, and you're probably not going to be putting Mute Jammers. For example, Bar is like a classic spot on this map where you might be looking to enter Gaming and Bar with the Solid Snake. You're probably not going to have Mute Jammers there, let's be honest. So I feel like it's, if anything, more of a value to counter the Deimos and the Dokkaebi than it is to counter that Solid Snake, but regardless, we'll see what happens. Speakeasy, in our interview after the Weibo Orchid game, mentioned that you can ban a lot of traps and look to get aggressive, or you can ban the trap counters like the Twitch and the Brava and really lean into the traps. This time, all the traps and the trap counters have been left open, and we're already seeing 2 trap picks here from Elevate.
Just kind of waiting to see what the push is gonna be. Aurora actually has, I think, more use cases than what the operator is being kind of proven to so far. It feels like a heavy niche operator, but there's so many like small moments here. Close off one door, wrap one in, fight a single way.
Oh, watch out, above you.
Play right above you.
Above you.
He doesn't know.
Uh-oh.
Lack of information.
This could be deadly, but
neither team knows.
Well, Elevator's just starting to feel a lot of pressure because Syken are looking to go pretty deep here. Neon took a hell of a lot of damage. I think he's just got an audio cue There is indeed a player still inside of Solarium. It's Shibe at the top of the stairs, and nobody from Syken can get an angle onto him right now. Finally, Shibe gets a little bit exposed and actually just takes his fight. Joe got probably not the right move to just pre-fire. He needed to be patient and wait for his team to help him. He's never going to win that fight. I guess he was trying to get the player to move so it would be exposed to Fenglix here on the window, but unfortunately that doesn't work out. Eventually, Shibe overstays his welcome a little bit. Barbed wire, almost the end of the sense. 2-3. No need to peek here, Tolji. It looks like he is keen to fall back. Hysterix wants to join him.
Bomb side technically a bit weak, but you got that vertical control. If you start hearing that plant going down, you retake master bedroom, use the hatch, and use those DMRs to break open the floor, because they got 2 of them right now in this round. So Syken Company has to make the first move. Mind you, the site is downstairs in kitchen and dining, not upstairs here in master bedroom. So if K3 holds the hatch and Feng plants, that could just work.
Yeah, 50%, 75%,
yeah, it's
and
gonna go
plant
down.
is down. Interesting to see Elevate biding their time, looking to play post instead. They regroup, and now it's a 1v3 for K3, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't know where they all are. Every single defender up above, peeking together, and Hykel finds the frag, and it's a very solid first round for Elevate, despite a little bit of fire on the aggression and attacking side for Syken Company.
And good discipline. I mean, they understand that there's not that many plant positions available to the attack because they still had office in control. That sees the entirety of the dining bomb side. That means that the attack, they have to plant inside a kitchen. And because the hatch is going to be opened up, you get a very deep angle from the office soft wall all the way down to that exact plant spot by the chassis, and you get that kill. And then you can just kind of play the numbers game. So very well disciplined, very good understanding of win conditions, good run of main Cal, also shut down the double repel player, rather. No big issues at all. Syken Company had a very quick like 1-2-3 execute, but not taking down Shibe, who was playing inside of Solarium. Then trying to figure it out afterwards when the smokes are gone and the aura gate is opened up, made the round very, very messy.
Do we feel like Chalet is 3-3 these days? I'm just thinking from Elevate's perspective. No. Like, if you go 2-3 rounds defense, is that enough? If you go 3-3, are you happy? Or you really want to gun for 4?
I mean, if you're defending and get 3 rounds, I think you should be happy. But if you're attack, you want that 4-2. Unless it's like a super even matchup with like, you know, the top 2 teams, the bottom 2 teams fighting each other, then we can talk even Steven. But other than that, like right here, the better team should get 4 attack rounds, I reckon.
Yeah. Like we saw from Weibo against Orchid.
Yeah.
Of course, a good defensive team can dominate on that second half, like we saw from Weibo as well, but well, that's unfortunate from Caf. He's going to have to get off repel, pick that up. That'll be 10 seconds wasted. That's a rough one.
You know, you could just say, guys, he shot my drone. There's a guy in library. You know, just bait call it. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. James, we've all been there. No, don't tell me you haven't said that before.
Maybe. Some of my ranked stack is currently in the production room right now, so I can't.
Oh no, actually, you would. No, I know you.
I would never do
that.
I would never do that, man. What do you mean?
Oh, speaking of shooting, here comes the shot, but it's still looking the wrong way. Almost actually gets the flake, but it's a Cal again. Always a thorn in his opponent's side. Always seems to fight for opening kill, and he wants more.
Yeah, he's trying to take a fight in a long range with the pistol for Neon here. It's not great. Like, you're probably going to lose that fight with that pistol against a narrow angle like that. And Hykel getting detected. Oh, the nade does flush him out of position. Oh my god, as if! No. And Hykel, a triple kill, hungry for a 4th. As Fenglix tries to trade. And now Barcode is coming back to support. Fenglix is finished off. Caf, the last one alive. Barcode finds him. It's a full house for Hykel and Barcode. A dominant showing from Elevate. And another defense that looks way too easy.
Hykel is actually up next. This guy is popping off every game that we're getting to watch him. It's always about being a playmaker. And against a team that can't shut down his like aggression and his like star player ability, they're just gonna get run over exactly like they did in that round. A very early tactical timeout, but given how those first 2 rounds played out, I understand it because things are not going according to plan.
Yeah. We saw Weibo take a tactical timeout after losing 2 rounds on Chalet. Same story here for Psych and Company. Weibo won 6 out of the next 7 rounds, if you get my drift, after that tactical timeout. So if Psych and Company can achieve the same, I would be super impressed. They really need to drastically change a lot. They are being hunted down, and when they try and hunt down defenders, they really struggle. We saw the Deimos pick, we saw the Lion pick. Despite that utility, they still could not hunt down and Highcal, almost with no support inside of kitchen and dining. That's a scary spot to be.
Very, very much is.
Attackers need
And
to
we all
locate
know the
and
thing
defuse
about
the bomb.
the Psychic Company's playstyle is that it is very loose usually. It's, you know, you want to get that craziness of your Joe Gore playstyle, you want to get the unpredictability of where the attack is going to be coming from. But when you have the playstyle, it is kind of high risk, high reward. You will win or lose a round of finding the gap or getting shut down. For example, Joe Gore last round, walks into dining, looking up for the verticality, and Highcal was in the hallway to his right, he just died for free. In most circumstances, a team would drone it, use their Deimos tracker, maybe just like safely clear all the corners, but they skip some of those corners, and it will cost them. They can win or lose a round extremely quickly here for Psychic Company. Consistency is not their strength. Explosiveness is. Now that's an OG spawn peak.
It is from an OG player.
Hysterics, you're 6 years too late, buddy. Ain't no one going down rock anymore.
I think we
James
said that.
Discussed that
Yeah,
in OG yesterday.
we said that yesterday. Ain't nobody. When's the last time you stood on that rock, dude? It's been years.
Exactly.
There's enough spawn peaks on this map without having to worry about the ones that you're exposed to when you stand on that bloody rock. Take out that default cam, always nice. Even if you don't push the basement at the start of the round, it's nice to open that avenue for late round. There's a lot of map to clear though when you go for a bar gaming execute. Ooh, Barcode wants that. Okay, well, that was not prepped, so he is not jumping out there, but at least put some pressure on. Elevate starting this roam, but peeling back. Syken actually not looking to clear from Solarium across. Instead, their main focus is outside of Library.
We have a setup here. A smoke grenade, and there's a Selma on the wall that's reinforced the top mezzanine. I'm not sure if it hit the... Oh, I was going to say it might have hit the Islamic Cube barrier, but it didn't. Popped open that exact wall. The issue is the Warden looking back through the smoke. Yeah. I can see you.
Yikes.
But with this wall being open up, they could maybe go for a direct plan attempt. The only thing they're missing is like a shield to safely get down that diffuser. So I'm not sure what the plan is here. Because they're all outside the building. Not a single attacker. Actually, no. Neon is inside the West Main. So there's one person that's like into the building and 4 outside.
It's a lurking nook. This is how you start things off, though. You have a player on windows. You just wait for Elevate to make some rookie mistakes. This is the problem with Chalet defense. You cannot afford to expose yourself to these windows. Fanglix is down on the ground, but should be safe to pick up. Library is cleared just by punishing players who overpeak. However, looking to retake Library, and Highcal gets aggressive, finds the frag. Now he's up above the bomb site. Wait, he found both of them. Okay, I guess Fanglix retook and ended up getting exposed. That said, Syken do have the numbers, and now Jogor has made it a 3v1. Barcode exposed, and Neon, who finally crept enough towards the bomb site to find his kill. Syken Company got their first round.
Yep, a little bit too much movement there from Elevate. They are caught 2 players from outside the building of Kfy just holding down a window. But that's bar. It's a lot of different things to manage. The basement, the staircases, the outside window angles, etc. It's they also spent an Asami Kiba on the exterior window, and I think they assumed they kind of patched up the angle, but there's a small gap in the bottom. Happens sometimes. Dokubiban and Thorn, speaking of trap operators. And of course, the intel up of Dokubi being banned away. It's, again, still a very hard operator to judge its value from with Dokubi. It's like, you tank the 40, is it good, is it bad? The discussion we had in O's as well in yesterday's broadcast. But Elevate the team that is super annoying. Don't want to We called the entire round, so they will get rid of it. That does leave open the other power-ups and all the shields, which we haven't seen a ton of so far from Psych & Company. Perhaps not a shield team. I don't know.
I feel like that's the thing that's missing. We've talked about this concept and conversation globally recently, but the teams that do not adopt the shields, they get fallen behind. Like, the best teams in the world need to have a good shield player. Of course, Dark Zero, who recently won the Salt Lake City Major, they've got Kino. They've got 5 incredible players, and one of them happens to specialize in shields. Before that, obviously, FaZe going to Paris and winning the 6th Invitational. They've got Vidaking. Never put it past him to play the shields. Prior to that, M80 winning the Munich Major, well, they had Kino as well. Every single team that has won an event has had an insane shield player, and that is the magic of the meta. You need to be able to embrace that. Now K3 is going to jump on the Blackbeard here.
Swapping mags!
Swapping mags. Oh,
that is so random.
What are these swings? Like, he has a Scorpion.
What are you doing?
And he's
1 HP
swinging,
and
1
you're
HP.
contesting a guy in spawn? What the?
I mean, he's Aiden too. He's getting his kills. But I mean, I would argue staying alive there, like the whole doing nothing is doing something. You got your 1. You got double in pig. That's excellent. We don't need to greed for a second when we're 1 point of health.
Dude, you
Perhaps
killed Ash. Like, come on, it's not. You haven't killed like the Thermite on a hard bridge site. You haven't
Mira
killed
as
Ying.
well.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty good, man. We'll see. The issue with NICAL dying is that you do lose a lot of your fracking power, which would be nice to have, you know, in a late stage when the execute comes. But Hysteric is solid with a C4, takes down Jogor, and goes to the revive. But Baku stuck in the Soleil in the corner. This rest is super safe, by the way. You don't need to worry about the
Wait, what? What?
Wait,
what? Why didn't he go for the revive first? He could have guaranteed the rest. But it doesn't matter, I guess.
Get his kills, man.
He wins the fight, and now Syken are in a 2 versus 4. K3 still low on HP. Both attackers are still outside the bloody building.
I don't understand. From the very beginning of this round, with NICAL peeking main door from bar, to now this Solarium shenanigans. It's K3 and Neon, the 2 most influential operators here in the attack. The Ying and the Blackbeard looking to make a play. But Elevate, they got the numbers. They got 2 C4s. They should have this under lock. Let's see if Baku can land it. It's gonna get tossed on a wide. Misses everything. But they're gonna follow him back towards the bomb side and just play the 4v2 and just make this round a locked down one. Don't want to risk throwing it away. Don't have a hot breach. The hatch is reinforced. That's unlucky.
Very weird to see a hatch reinforced. I guess they just have a read. Obviously, Fenglix going down earlier on that rappel. Certainly going to punish them. Jogor might be able to isolate a frag. Oh, no, he's going to expose himself. I don't know how he didn't die sooner, but Barcode eventually traded by Neon. Told you, however, to trade and Elevate are back on top. 3-1. Unfortunately, the wind gone from Syken Sales.
Very, very awkward paced round as well, even down to the very final moments there. The Blackbeard not checking the corners, the Mirror gets the freebie, Ying somehow gets like the hip fire shot jumping in the window. But it's been a bit of a struggle in the attack. As I said, they will win or lose these rounds very explosively. And NICAL, I will say, he's been saving Elevate. He keeps finding opening pig, he keeps disrupting the plan. Look at this, the first swing, and then tries to go for the one tap, hit the shoulder. Would have been nice in the montage, but doesn't quite connect.
I mean, hey, he's got 81 shots in that LMG. If only he just kept holding down left click, maybe just made it. Oh.
Bring back the LMG meta. That's what I'm saying.
You played in the LMG meta, didn't? Oh no, that was 22, wasn't it? You were already retired.
Yeah,
by
it
that
was
point.
thankfully shortly after my retirement. I would have been SMG 11 against 150 bullet guns. I would have been fuming.
If you were still playing SMG 11 in the LMG meta, you were trolling, man.
What choice do you have? Do you want me to play FMG9 on Smoke?
I think that you just stopped playing Smoke, man. Wait, why is Jogor not taking down... Okay, prioritize the bulletproof camera before
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, fair enough. Ooh, wow, he got shot through the couch. That's pretty impressive.
Vulcan's ready. Shoot it if you need it. Setting up a sequential breach.
Someone's gotta play. That's the issue that we've had for a long time or we used to have in Siege, is that Smoke was like the only plant denial operator. Now obviously you got Tushanka and whatnot. And on maps like Coastline, Border, in the LMG meta, you still needed to bring the Smoke because his gadget was so niche and so good to bring. But his guns did not fit those meta games or those maps, because back when Coastline was in pro play, every freaking operator had ACOG except for Smoke, it felt like.
These days, if you want to play FMG on Smoke, you can. Like, you genuinely can.
Yeah, you have so many shotguns as well.
Was that a Nitro cell that just almost killed Barcode?
I think so, because they have all their grenades.
Oh, man.
Hysterics.
That's why you do not smoke a Warden. We need someone on the Jigsaw balcony, dude. He's so exposed right now. If there was anyone on the display window balcony, he's dead. There you go. I literally called it. There you go. By the way, that is the coolest reload animation I've ever seen with the AK there. What is that?
It's the Memento skin? Is it the ice one?
I don't know. It was on Nomad with
If
the
it's like
AK?
a shard of ice, then it's the Memento skin.
It looked like one of the Paragon skins.
Oh! We are fighting a world of trouble. How are you alive, Shibe? How are you?
Because Nomad was using her gadget as he rotated out of there. That's how. Elevate between them have collectively about 101 HP, and Jogor has just finished off Shibe with a headshot. Tolji and Barcode desperately now need to fight back, but Tolji can't even shoot a drone, and Barcode is on 1 HP. They, Syken company players have full information on where Elevate are. Ooh, this could be big for Tolji. No, exposes himself, doesn't find the angle. Jogor should be able to punish him. Nice shot on the K3 for Tolji, but it costs him a lot of HP, and Kaf quickly finishes him off. Let's see. Oh, Fanglix to finish it onto Barcode. Syken company managed to keep pace.
So, both the attacking round wins here, they've been on Bar. And Bar is like one of the harder ones to attack, I would say. It's so hard to pick about that top mezzanine, top losers position, but the Jigsaw window, that display hallway, it just keeps finding them so many kills. I think it's the third or fourth kill this game so far, just from that location. Elevate not fully respecting it or being very aware of it.
Attackers need
so they struggle against it, therefore.
That window's always been there, man.
Activating camera.
That ain't a new feature.
Thinking, actually, it hasn't always been there, has it?
Old Chalet. Old Chalet was so different to this current iteration of Chalet, especially that top floor.
You said it's always been there.
Well, you know, Hysterics is the one who's dying to it, so I'm like, ever since Hysteric, you know, back in the day when Hysteric was playing, yes, we had new Chalet, we had this current version of Chalet. We did. What year did this Chalet come back? Because I remember scrimming on old Chalet. With the master bedroom where you were just like absolutely cooked if you tried to hold master unless you had Nero.
If you were to, no loopsies, okay, no cooking right now, what year do you think it got reworked? Because
I reckon end of 2018, because I remember scrimming it on 2017.
I was also thinking like mid to late 2018. I'm gonna Google it.
Please, hit me with it. Drum roll. I don't know if you can hear my drum roll.
It got reworked in
July 2018. August 2018.
No.
September.
No. Year
2019?
5, Season 3, 2020?
What?
That's got, no, that Shadow Legacy.
That's,
no,
that's
surely that's not right, no? Isn't that maybe like a later alter?
I don't know,
I'm
brother.
looking at it right now. I'm looking at YouTube to see visual confirmation. Wait, no, 2020.
OG Chalet was nuts, bro. Like, that was not a comp-viable map.
That is mind-blowing, that's true. I genuinely thought it was way earlier. But yeah, 2020 apparently.
The more you know.
The more you know. Shadow Legacy.
A minute
that was when
into the round.
Zero came out.
I love that season, by the way. Zero, my homie. I was a big Splinter Cell guy back in the day. Loved those games.
And you don't play the operator in Siege nowadays. Big fan. I see how it is.
I do, actually. Well, mostly I have a teammate in my stack who plays it for me. Let's see what the Execute is now onto the bomb site. Oh, how low, says the Blackbeard as he bashes through the window, wants to try and take the fight. Nate comes out. Quick ADS, but Neon and Felix are stealing all the kills. Felix with the pistol on the Ying. Finds his kill as K3 starts to force that plant down after a bit of pressure. He gets off of it. The bait comes through. Jogor for the backstab. Finds one. Barcode about to meet the same fate, but no, the DMR serves him true. It's Barcode and Highcal now to try and fight the difference. But Felix brings out that shotgun and finishes him off with the Ying. An opportunity for Plantanar with the Nitro Cell goes out, but it gets shot out of midair. Quick response from Psych and Company, and in the first and final round of the half, they look to finish it off. A great response from Psych and Company.
That initial love, all the goosebumps, those flutters in my gut, turn into disgust. What a waste of love, babe. I just wanna go back to how it was, lay in each other's arms all day. Send me gifts just because. Tell me where we went wrong. Started out as homies, ended up as lovers. How'd it get so ugly? Can't we rediscover, baby, what it was? Or let's be honest, it was just a lover. You were so romantic, we were picture perfect. So much freaking passion, why we never got it back, baby. It was just a lover.
Yeah, trying to get you out my thoughts today. Still chained to you when I walked away. Still chained, you know it'd be hard to break, cause I kept it way too real to automate. I wanna talk to you for my conscience sake, trying to make my mind and body cooperate. Used to have some shots to give for ones you take, but then I took them all to heal and lost the way. Got me riding around listening to Marvin Gaye, reminisce what was, cause now it ain't. And through my mind I trail for hours till it all devours. I'm amongst the prowlers on your page, see how you spending days without eating me inside, that I'm phasing out, but I plays it, and it drains me. I done made some, but it pains me. You want the real from me, here it is, here it go. I want you dead to me, head gone real slow. I want you here with me, bad, I'll let it go. But I can't have both, I'm done. I hope this love a bum that's gonna blow. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind. No regret, no rewind, no more waste, no more time, no more wait, let's go away. I stay out of mind.
So it took a while to see Psych and Company's true colors in the server. I was seeing how they're a fast, explosive team, and they were trying to play fast but falling short on the attacking side. But that final round, that is exactly what I meant when I said what they are capable of. It's a shame it comes so late in the first half, literally being the final round, but they did show it to us in the end. Now, side swap will occur. We'll see how they will fare on defense with Elevate go into the attack.
Vibing, I love this music. I noticed the little mute icon next to technical timeout, of course. Very different, a tactical timeout and a technical timeout. You're not allowed to talk in your technical timeouts, not allowed to talk about the game. And that is something that we enforce at live events as well. So if you ever notice in person, the teams during technical timeouts, they'll usually just be laughing, maybe talking about something non-game related, if they're allowed to speak at all. But now, it's an even reset, like you said, 3-3 at the end of the half. Just a vibe time. I kind of want to vibe too. What do you think? Why don't we just turn the music up, Pangu? Let's have a vibe.
Turn it up.
Turn it up, guys. Turn up the music. It's vibe time. time to get back into the server and converge on this match. It has been a pretty back and forth first half. There was a moment there where it looked like Elevate were running away with it, but Syke and company straight back into it, meander into an even half. And as we move on to the second now, they get the comfy side of being on the defense.
Just kind of just figuring out like what is actually the right number of rounds to achieve. We spoke about this in the very beginning where I said if a very even matchup of skill, a 3-3 is fine. I feel like Elevate getting those 3 defensive rounds is actually going to be a win on their end. Psyching, as we see here in the replay, they did figure it out in the very end. Good backstabs, good frontal push, good coordination, but it did take them a while to warm up into those attacks. So I'm curious to see now. Because I guess, you know, technically if you start defense, then you can kind of warm up into your attacking rounds. I think it was actually Alan Mao during yesterday's interview after the T2 match. A question for him was about the starting side because they were playing Consulate, and it's very uncommon to want to start defense. And I think it was like T2 started defense, and then they actually warmed up onto their attacks, and they actually had a much stronger performance. So I guess you can make that argument if you want to be a bit on the copium. Seems like we're going to have a bit of a technical timeout here with the mute icon appearing once more. Not sure exactly what the issue is.
Yeah. I really love this song. Don't you just love this song, Pengu? I can't hear it. Let's turn it up. I want to hear this song. Production, pump the music. And we're back. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We are ready to get back into it. It's 3-3 at the end of the first half, and we're here into the second. Sycan now on the defense. They did end up pushing pretty deep. They won the last 2 rounds on that attacking side. But for a minute there, it did look like Elevate were going to run away with it. Now I feel like the shoe's on the other foot, and Elevate are the ones who need to step it up.
Over the bans, the Asamic Hai, the Grim, the Solid Snake. A lot of Solid Snake bans here in Asia. The last few playdays, actually. More and more respect being put on that name. But it makes sense. It's a very small map. You can get so much value from the scans, also from the outside red windows, the rappels, etc., and quickly navigate around the building. And we've seen players like Turstaff from Weibo when he just gets to be unleashed on like a Deimos or a Solid Snake, taking a lot of map control and often getting a couple of injury kills. For now, though, it's Tolji, the old man, returning to the pro scene on the Twitch. Just getting some of those default cams, bit of intel, seeing what is clear. Quite a vulnerable bomb site here, if I gotta say so myself, but I don't think they're in a position to go for a rush necessarily. They do have the operators for it. Lion, Sense, the Blitz. They might just go for it, actually. They're in West Main. They're in Kitchen Hallway.
Step 1 is try and clear out this person in Solar who has now vaulted over. It's Joe Gore, but he's the first one to fall. The Sycan Company, Elevate, are indeed in the bomb site. But the problem is they can't force this plant too quickly. Barcode is tempted to go for it, but I think they need to restabilize first. Unfortunately, it looks like they might have missed the beat, and now they're actually chasing Sycan Company, who have now recomposed.
The irony is that they probably think that Valkyrie has a C4 and therefore they can't go for a plant. Valkyrie has impact grenades. There is nothing to stop the plant from going down on that chance inside a kitchen, but they do not know this. So they're fighting the vert, they're fighting the bomb side players, and the entire rush has been stopped, it looks like. They want to go up to the air station state, maybe try and get a bit of vertical control and more kills. But we all heard that Elamine being positioned, and Barcode is suspecting it a bit much. Doesn't want to fear walking on up. He's going to call the Tolji's Twitch drone first and look for it. Oh, but that smoke's going to cover it, so we can't find it now.
Clearing this player is critical here for Barcode. He's playing the blitz well. He's being patient, not exposing his feet, and that means he's going to get not just one, but maybe a second. Falling back now, it's K3, and he is caught off guard by Tolji. And Haical, Tolji, and Barcode together combine to make sure that Elevate get the numbers advantage back on their side.
And now they do the exact same thing they did the first time around. Go back down towards Trophy, etc. Start working West Main into Kitchen. And again, the only thing is they might think Valkyrie still has that C4, but he does not. 30 seconds still, but they're going to pick up all the kills. Now, just hunt down Thing.
Oh, but he's found one. Oh, big impact as well, however. Barcode, oh no! Oh no! This is not good! Barcode gets team killed after the impact comes out, but Tolji thankfully can breathe a sigh of relief. A little bit sketchy there for a second, a half smile from the rest of the Elevate players, but they get the round nonetheless.
That would have been such a shame if the team kill led to a round loss, because they did such a great job at going for plan A and recognizing, guys, it's too risky, we can't do it, we have to go for a good plan B. And it was solid, using the smokes, the Twitch drones, the blitz entry, Tolji picked up all the rotational kills, and Haical that becomes the entry player. Great job all around.
Defenders,
and it just goes to show that even if you are having like a plan in mind from the very beginning of the prep phase round, you can always pivot. Don't be afraid of changing the plan if you see something now that you didn't see prior. Because had they fully committed to that, again, if Valkyrie had a C4, which they probably should have, you can't go for a plan. So good respect there from Elevate to get around victory. And it looks like they might just stick to Blitz again, perhaps.
Barcode really played that so well. It's quite unlucky for him that he got team killed. I don't want to harp on Tolji too much because I still think that he played this pretty well.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. Oh. Now he saw his POV.
Never mind.
I was about to glaze him and be like, no, don't blame him. But oh my god, he just fucking killed him. And now Tolji's on the shield. He's like, they're like, okay, man, if you're going to shoot me in the back of the head, you have to see what it feels like.
Oh, man. We've all been there, though. You know, we always say that a good shield player is only half the solution. You need to be a good shield team at playing around that operator and how you take the fights and where you take the fights. For the most part, job well done. Round 2 here on elite attack, they are looking for a lurker down below. This yokai drone coming into action should signify that there's going to be a person downstairs. Otherwise, why is it, going to that direction? Elevate aren't too bothered by it. They've abandoned the basement portion. They're looking to just kind of sit up on Solarium stairs when the window repels, cut the map in half, and try and play for a couple of picks.
Why is this Derek second guessing that ahead jab?
Yeah, he is.
Why?
Is there a world where you just go in and just plant? Like, they know it's a Solace, but they have
got 2
below
shields.
control.
Man. Why
They
not?
know there's an Echo, but they shut down one Echo drone.
Honestly, you can probably plan in that corner.
I think you can too. But do they want to take that risk? Do they feel
There's
like
a
they can invade it?
reinforcement. There's a reinforcement and a little tiny sliver of a wall there. I think Tolji can go for the plan while Barcode covers, especially with Nhaikel. Problem is, Nhaikel's now been traded, which means below control is no longer guaranteed. I think the other thing here is maybe Elevate know there's an Echo on the board, because if Fenlix has a yokai in position, well, he's not using them right now because he's busy killing Hysterics on the double window. Even though there's a numbers disadvantage, that impact is pretty good. Barcode goes down.
1v1.
Neon is in a 1v1 against the Monty, actually. This is very winnable. He's got to finish him off. Problem is he has to try and figure out a way to finish off the Blackbeard. There we go, he's done so. Can't allow this 1v1 to happen though. Tolji is very much unfavored. Neon clutches up. Tolji takes the risk of going for the aim down sights fight, and Syke and company tie up the lead.
Again, very hard to play 1v1 for both players there. I think you can try and play that as Monty, where you use the Blackbeard as bait when he tries to confirm your teammate. That's when you ADS swing, go for a trade game. But either way, it's a well-played round for Neon, who clutches the round back. I do think Elevator may be overthinking these attacks a little bit. They did have the chance of just going for a plant. Against the Echo, they can keep stalling it, sure, but they didn't have any real ways of winning out that round. Perhaps there was no drone for Nhaikel to watch downstairs once he died to the mute, so they're thinking, C4 is gonna end the round. Had they had a drone, maybe it changes things. But good on Syke and company to double down there on the dining push. 1 in fireplace, 1 by the door. The fact that they get that kill is a huge difference maker in that round. And big cause for celebration.
A lot of tight rounds here. I mean, I'm looking back. A 1v2 there, a 1v1 the round before. A lot of big 3K rounds from Nhaikel and Neon. That was a 4K, by the way, not just a 3K.
Attackers are moving to defuse
If
the bomb.
Syke can win this game against Elevate, I'm trying to figure out whether that says more about Syke being a really solid team and maybe contesting in this mid-pack, or whether it perhaps is just another red flag for Elevate. Because, of course, we talked about this. We had a lot of hope for Elevate coming into Stage 1 because of these roster changes. But the flip side of that is they've gone 4-7 down, lost to Daystar, 0-7 down, and lost to Weibo. Now they're being pushed deep by Syke and company. What does that really mean? Well, I think a win here would certainly solidify a lot of our doubts. And an early pick onto the Warden of Neon is certainly good. And they're about to put some serious pressure on Barcode. Go for the swing, get this kill surely. Oh no.
Wait, what happened to the... What?
Did it get zapped by the clash? Is that a thing?
Is that a thing? Yeah, I don't know. Is it a thing?
What?
What?
What did I just watch?
It didn't... He definitely used the gadget, but there was no explosion of any kind.
Did it get zapped?
I don't think it...
Just like a bandit battery does?
If that's the case, it's news to me. But again, how often do you see that exact interaction? Either way, Barcode somehow miraculously stays alive. Clash is dead. And they have library control. So, I don't know. He also got zapped through the wall earlier. When he was proning on the wall in library, he got zapped. But the Clash wasn't in the room with him. Round is over. Because Elevate, they are seemingly everywhere. They left library. Nhaikel stayed on the office balcony. He gets the final kill. And probably the most puzzling round so far in this game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that. But credit to Syke, and they're looking a little bit happier. Sorry, credit to Elevate. They're looking a little bit happier on this attacking side. Even though, of course, Syken has won a single defense, it only came down to a clutch, a 1v2 clutch. So Elevate, overall, after this ban phase, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a shield from Syken? They're going to get rid of... No, they're going to get rid of the Deimos. On the flip side, Elevate, get rid of the Echo. I'm a little bit concerned here for Syken, Pengu, because they've just banned out a shield counter in Elevate, banning out the Echo, and they've been playing a lot of shields. Now they're going to be a lot safer.
It's not just for the shields, right? It's also just in general, like, they've been playing to go for these more simplistic, linear plant approach rounds. And if not planting, though, of course, get some kills. The Echo is one of the only operators that can kind of stop you from planting without doing damage. Like, you're not reliant on a toxic bay being in the right position or a C4 in the right location. Yoga drones, they're very movable. They can be pre-placed in the ceiling. Without an IQ, they're hard to find. It just feels like Elevate can now stop overthinking the pushes. And if they're on the bomb side, they can just go for a plant. I love that Syken Company, though. They recognize, okay, if Echo is gone, how can we substitute it? Valkyrie. It serves the same purpose. Yeah, they can drive around and move the information, but it will get you the intel all the same. Plus, you get the C4 that could act as plant denial or trying to, of course, stall things out for a bit. So I quite like the adaptations, but I do think Elevate come out the favorable side. It's not that they were utilizing demos in massive amounts, and the one time that they did play the demos, it kind of just got traded 1-for-1.
CCE shield is ready.
I want to see how they cook here, Elevate, with the Dockerby, the Lion, and most importantly, the Execute type operators like the Sens and the Capitao. They've taken good map control 30 seconds in, and Highcow's in Library. Interesting barricade, by the way. Unusual to see. Maybe to try and slow them down and make them more vulnerable to any vertical C4s from Valk. But there's no C4 threat. I don't know.
Speaking of overthinking, right? It's whenever there's something that unusual in the map, people go, why could this be? And sometimes there's no like super deep thought to it, but that's the intent. They want you to overthink it. Elevate, they have been the ones to do that mostly, just being not 100% sure about the pushes, but they're looking better and better. And much like in the past, they got a lot of chaos, right? The Sens, the Lion, the Dokkaebi. It's all about causing chaos in the server when they try and go for a plant or a push. But first, it's Thermite duty. Pop open the office wall, get a long line of sight. They're gonna realize there's a clash waiting for them right around the corner, and that's gonna be a problem because they can never really take office control as long as she's alive.
And they've just used one of the EMPs on the clash, but not necessarily in time to burn it, is it? Just an execute opportunity here. The problem is the impact comes through from Fenglix to destroy those Sens projector ROUs. Shibe now has to try and cover. But no, he gets C4'd out of this world, and the plant is denied. Hysterics and Highcal now doing their best to try and pick up the pieces, but I don't think that they have much to say about it. Syken retain control. Nice shot! Despite being blinded, and Highcal finds a second, gives a lifeline to Elevate.
It's a great read. There's a C4 in the basement of Cafme. It's effectively a 2v2 by the bomb site. It's technically a 1v2 as Joker is still upstairs. Elevate could win this. The only issue is timer is very low. Do they fight upstairs and try to go for a solo kill? Do they hit the side and escape Jogor? Well, right now they're fighting him above, but then it means the timer's going to be even lower when they get to side.
And Highcal cannot afford to lose a single gunfight despite being low HP. Now, never mind. He's not going to get a gunfight because a big Nitro from Caf helps him out. Jogor to finish things off. Syken Company back again, tying things up, pushing it to 5-5. We're at breakpoint.
Just kind of thinking back through the round. One of the issues with Sense is that it's a very telegraphed operator. It really shows you what you're going to try and do. And then thankfully for Syken Company, they had impact grenades on the bomb site. So the roly-polies go out, they get impacted, and then they take down the first planter. Then they impact the second set of roly-polies after, and then they try and go for a second denial. I do like the push there from Elevate. I will say this. If you're gonna plant using a smoke grenade or a sense projectile wall or anything to shroud the visuals, you shouldn't plant in the default location. The whole point of planting with a smoke and sense is to enable you to plant in these off angles that you wouldn't normally do. The reason why I shouldn't plant in the default location because it's the first spot people are gonna throw toxic bait, to Sanctify, or a C4. Unless they know for a fact you're planting elsewhere, you're gonna go with the highest percentile plant position. That's gonna be default. That's why it's called default. That's where people plant. So the C4 was just a guess, right? Oh, they're gonna plant here. C4 goes up, it hits the planter, round is over. You might as well run a bit deeper and plant in one of those off locations and increasing the odds of it actually going down. Just a small bit of feedback there for Elevate. Either way, I like to push 5-5, a very even game here, back and forth.
Elevate. They've been so close. Come on, don't drop a point here. Both of these teams scrambling to the best of their ability to get a win on the board. Surely Elevate, if they go down to Psych & Company after the horrid start they've had to Daystar and Weibo, that would be devastating. Even earlier today, I believe it was in the Fury interview, Manny said that Elevate was one of those teams that he considered to be at the top level fighting for a stage finals position. If they keep playing, dropping games, dropping points, then they're not going to be in that conversation, not while Orchid and Soul's Heart are stirring up. But Enhykel finds the opening kill. Joe Gorp been a little bit hot and cold tonight.
Has had a hard time. But I think it's mostly thanks to Elevate's playstyle. Enhykel in particular has been excellent on the entry, so just finding himself always in the battle with someone. But losing Joe Gorp is one thing. Losing for Mai, who's got that regenerative gadget that gets, you know, more and more disc as time progresses, that's the real kicker here. They have less util now to stop the push. And you got stuff like your air dash, your flashbang, grenades, chemical arrows to fire and smoke. You're gonna wish you had more magnets. Maybe the saving grace will be the clash. We'll have to see. It's K3 on top blue, who can give constant information about that hallway. Here comes the nade in the push though.
Oh, here we go. Neon. Nitro goes out. Doesn't actually blow it until late. Interesting choice. He wants to keep on peeking. Here comes some pressure onto the clash, but the Wamai is protecting it very well. Another flashbang goes out. That's fine. Neon is protected from the flashes with his smart glasses. He's about to get met by Hysterics, though, peeking at the top. Neon takes his head clean off. The Capital Fire does nothing. Elevate completely dismantled, and Psych & Company project themselves for the very first time onto match point.
A very good, classic, good blue top mason hole. The Warden, the shield, the Wamai, it's beautiful, and it works just like it usually does. I will say, lack of utility there from Elevate. They spent the Cat of Fire after they lost the first couple players. They weren't tossing grenades and really trying to give it 100%. It was Enhykel jumping in, going for a 50-50, and an Elevate tactical timeout here, and a dire potential final round.
Cooley has a lot to say. Of course, Elevate have been in Rainbow Six since the very beginning. They were at the very first Six Invitational, this organization. In fact, they won it on Xbox with Laxing's old team. Bosco was on there as well. Since then, this organization has been through so many different regions, through North America, Latin America, Australia even, and in Asia now for quite a few years across many different iterations of rosters. Asian rosters, Brazilian rosters, back to a new Asian roster with old faces. A lot of investment behind this team, and yet they just cannot battle it out, even against up-and-comers who came through the Challenger Series, like Psych & Company. 5-6, this is doomsday situations for Elevate. We know what happened after this team failed to deliver at the Six Invitational. They dropped all of the Brazilians. They didn't care. What happens if we go through another stage where this team doesn't achieve what the org wants? What do you think is going to happen? Because I can tell you, they're not going to keep these 5 players. They might not keep any of these 5 players if they get the chance to make sweeping roster changes.
I mean, I'm keeping Enhykel. I'm going to sell him to the highest bidder. That's what I'm doing. That guy is worth
This is
stocks,
APAC,
okay?
bro. Nobody is spending any money on player transfers in this region.
All right, tell that to Virtue back when he was bought by T2 from Fnatic. That was some money.
Yeah,
that was
6
transfers
years
all time.
ago.
Yeah,
6 years ago.
One of the biggest, most expensive purchases in Siege history, by the way.
Yeah, that did get them a world championship. Took them a few
So
years.
but over there in O's, do you guys know about like the buyout amounts that was spent on like EUNA roster changes?
I
Like,
don't
like,
know
a
the
thing that-
numbers. I've heard a few numbers sort of around. It's the same as like everyone talks about sports salary is $2 million per day. Like people throw numbers around. Like I don't know
I
which
guess that's
numbers I
true.
hear are accurate. you
Yeah,
know?
that's fair.
I know
Well,
a few
obviously,
numbers.
If you go far enough back, importing players and buying them out of rosters was not super common. So when Citizen and Virtua were bought onto G2 after 2020 SI, that was some of the like big roster news. And of course, Fabian to Vitality, Go to Vitality, that was some big news.
I sometimes
Since
forget
then,
Fabian was on Vitality, man.
A very forgetful era. Him and Goga and Hungry, and then People was there at one point, and
Yeah.
it was a very, very funny roster. What's not so funny though is Hysterics here, down 5-6, dead on the Ying super early in the round, and it feels like for Elevate, they're just kind of crumbling. It's like NICal happy to make a play. He's in there, he's getting stuff done, but I'm missing the follow-up. On the previous round, like replay highlight feed, we saw NICal jumped in to fight the Warden on top mezzanine. Nobody was in the building but him. I want to see Elevate go for a 3, 2, 1 and fight together. Don't just send in one of your many players.
Yeah, especially losing your Ying early, right? You're not getting any value out of
Yeah.
Hysterics this round, except sitting on cams. He's got a few to flick through. Elevate now Roadsay and Highcal on the double window. He's, like you said, the only player seemingly brave enough to get in the building, and he's playing a window cutoff position. That feels like a missed opportunity to me. We need someone with gusto and confidence to get in the building here for Elevate. And unfortunately for Shibe, it's not going to be him.
One by one.
One by one, they do fall. It's match point still for Psych and Company. Jogor is inside the bathtub. He's going to die to the grenade. Had no escape. Blackbeard was the perfect answer to that. As now Barcode makes his way forward, and Highcal is in the perfect position to cut off, and we might just be on the board for a plant. However, 3 Nitro cells available for Psykin. One comes out from Neon, and the cross is successful. He can get aggressive. He can take down the planter. Neon has snuck behind enemy lines and followed it up with a second. And Highcal to save what has been a gruesome and devastating game for Elevate. But it is elation for Psych and Company, and Jogor throws away his would-be Elevate jersey to reveal that he was a Daystar fan all along. Psych and Company with the upset of the stage, and they are on the scoreboard, my friends. They have a win under their belts.
And it really felt like for Psych and Company, they were warming up into this map. There was a slow start, there was a struggle, they had some awkward moments when they were on the attacking side. But combat side swap, they were looking better and better, playing some good fundamentals, some good setups, some good strats, and to big surprise, Elevate were barely in the building for the majority of those attacking rounds. They started off rushing, they were overthinking it, so they banned the Echo. After banning the Echo, it's fights like these. 1 versus 1s, never seen the bomb side, and never really attempting a plan realistically.
Yeah, wow. It's funny, we talked about in Highcal and how important he was in that round. In the end, all it took was Neon sneaking past his line of sight for a third of a second, and the round and the game was over. What a reaction from Jogor, even from Momo. He can hardly believe it. Unreal victory for that old Unreal Nightmare roster that have really given Elevate a nightmare of their own. It's a massive upset and such an exciting moment for these Psych and Company players.
I mean, look at the 1-to-1 here. Neon and NICal going almost identical in terms of kills, but NICal had 5 opening kills in 90% cost. He was literally a one-man army for his team, whereas Psykin, yes, you had Neon dropping 16, but he wasn't getting opening kills. Right? Besides that final round where he clutched up getting a 3-kill stop in the plant, it was very much a team effort. And I think that here's the real story. It felt like Saigon had 5 players actually trying to do the same thing, whereas Elevate had like 1, 2, maybe 3 people trying to achieve the same thing.
Yeah, it feels like this Psych and Company roster is so motivated. They are so here to get it done. Elevate had a nice shot, but it wasn't enough. So, of course, let's talk to Psych and Company and have a little chat. On the line, I believe we've got Nepsy. Welcome on in, my friend. Firstly, this is your first debut onto the APL broadcast, so I think there's no better way to start things than by introducing yourself and your role on Psych and Company.
Nebsy. I go also by Caden, my real name. I am technically the head coach for Syken Company, although we have quite a bit of support staff that kind of does their own piece of the job. I would say I do more like mental side of things and the macro of the game to make sure we're on the same page. We have Esfer, who does like more of the micro side of things and is like really strategic and helps build our strats. Zero is focused on like our more analytic side and like the spreadsheet sort of thing. And then we have Syken as our little mascot cheerleader, and Slim also able to help with analytics and stuff as well. So we've got a whole football team that we've talked about as support staff. But everybody does their job. It's very helpful.
Awesome. So, talk with the process. Like, is it hard working with that many people together, having so many niche roles, or does it help you guys knowing that you worry about this and you worry about that, and that simplifies it? Because for me, it sounds like a lot because I'm not used to working with that many people, for example.
So I'm not either. I generally work in a 2-player system or a 2-coach system type of deal. But I think especially because there is a little bit of a language barrier, right? We all do have English as a base language, either first or second language, but it definitely helps to have those extra people who can translate and know Siege and know the game to help with out. But either way, yeah, no, I think it has been beneficial for us because we all help each other's weak spots, right? Like nobody is going to be a jack of all trades. And so I think understanding that like, I'm not going to be the best at making the strats if I have to be looking at everybody single player or like just everybody has their own position, right? And it fills out perfectly.
I love the energy we're getting from you, by the way. You're so animated coming into this. What time is it back home for you at the moment? It's 11 p.m. here for me in Australia.
I was going to mention, I'm sorry for looking a little disheveled. I woke up at 6 in the morning today. I was up with Esfer last night until like 11 p.m., 10 p.m. trying to get some last minute prep done.
Yeah, awesome. And what time is it now then? It looks like it's nice and sunny outside.
Oh, it is inside 15, so you know, we're right in the morning. It's a nice fresh day.
I love it. Well, you guys looked really fresh today. Obviously, Elevate came in and on paper the favored team. In kickoff, we saw Elevate Unreal Nightmare go head-to-head, and it was very much an Elevate favored result. Today, you guys brought a lot of fire, 3-3 in the first half. Coming into today, knowing that you were winless, was there anything extra hanging over your head, knowing that Elevate's a big org, obviously, and a pretty gassed-up roster with an High-Cal fragging out and some OGs and Intolji and Hysteric? So what was your expectations on yourselves coming into it?
Well, we were able to pick up a win against, what's the roster? We pick up our one against the last game, so we are 1-1. So, but either way, it was coming in, it felt important because against Elevate,
all right.
So yeah, thank you,
wrong.
Fury.
My bad.
No, you're okay. Two of our players used to play on Elevate, so it was a big game for us, especially just to be like cement to ourselves that you know we can stand up on our own. We got that 5-man roster. It's good for the mental moving on throughout the stage to be able to pick up that win, especially coming out of the last Fury game, because it kind of did feel like we lost that game. I mean, it opened up 1-5. And we had to come back to win it. Luckily, no overtime, right? We got the full 3 points. Same with today. So I'm really proud of the boys, right? We've been known to start a little slow, but I think we've worked out the kinks that we saw in ourselves in the first few play days, and today will be a good mental reset for sure.
Yeah, well, congrats on 2 wins in a row then. And of course, next up, you've got HL Tori. That looks pretty winnable, I'll be honest. Then you've got a tough slog to finish it off in Orchid, Daystar, and Soul's Heart. So I'll let you get back to your prep or your sleep or whatever it is that you're going to do for the rest of the day. It looks like you got plenty of energy. Maybe you need to go for a run or something. I'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much for joining us, Nebsy.
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
All right, I have a new favorite interviewee. That's settled. I love that.
I love it.
I love that energy, man, and I'm now so embarrassed. I wrote down in my notes 5-7 Fury on Consular. It was the other way around. They came back and won that game. But like you said, they felt like they lost it.
Yeah.
Today, though, a much more decisive one. Even though it was a 7-5, it felt like Syken Company were in control of that game.
Oh, I did. Now, of course, also with a player like NIKL like really stepping up. So I feel like going up a team that is not gonna have like a standout player, going up with Hazel Tori, like you mentioned, looking very winnable. And I feel like for APL across the board, there's a lot of question marks about what teams are ending up in that top 4 category. And I think with Syken looking better and better, they're kind of creeping up into that location now because you backed Elevate. I backed Saiken. Close game, but my team, James, my team won.
You never know. I mean, if Saiken do want to hit stage finals and make it through top 4, there's obviously your Team Orchids, your Weibos, but don't forget Soul's Heart and Daystar also likely to be in that top 4. Those two teams going head-to-head for our final game of tonight, so don't go anywhere.
They knew I was like smart in what I would focus in, and they obviously knew that I did not like school. I was like intelligent, but I just hated school. So I think they kind of understood that it wouldn't always end like what they would have imagined in terms of like a destined career in like uni. I would send them like streams and they would kind of understand like, this is cool, this is fun, like people are watching, there's people that actually like enjoy the game. They didn't understand that it can definitely be a career at the time. It was just like, he's playing games, so they're definitely worried about the future, 100%. After EWC, that was when it fully changed. They obviously saw me fly to a different country and compete against all the other teams and see like the viewer count and the broadcast. That's kind of when it started. Not really started, but their full support in terms of like, they love what I'm doing. They support like the career path in that time. Now they love it. I think my dad's support, I couldn't wish for more. I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person because I don't really see him much because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, "You're doing crazy." Like he's like tapped in. Like he's like Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me. Like people like this like exist or like help like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me. Bro, there's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
Just one more game to go tonight, Pengu, and I have a feeling this one could be our closest and highest stakes of the evening. Of course, we've already seen top teams go head-to-head with Weibo Orchid, but I feel like we've already seen that Weibo is a cut above the rest. We've seen bottom teams go head-to-head, but will those teams, those matches, have much impact on the standings compared to this game before us? I'm not sure. Daystar, the second-best team in Asia, now twice running in both Salt Lake City, and prior to that at the Six Invitational, they're going up against Soul's Hull. Let's dive into Daystar. They made it to the Six Invitational in Paris through the last chance qualifier for APAC. They made it to the Salt Lake City Major by winning that lower bracket final in kickoff. What can they do from here on out? I mean, who knows? The sky seems to be the limit.
They've had a phenomenal start, that's for damn sure. A 7-4 over Elevate and a 7-3 over Orchid. So speaking of those high potential teams, they've already beaten two of them pretty convincingly, and it feels very fitting that Soul's Heart will then be the next opponent because they're kind of slowly ranking up to a stronger and stronger and stronger enemy. So I'm quite keen for this one, generally speaking. I feel like they have a lot of different things they can do well in the server. They're a very flexible team, quite adaptable team, and so far no one has shown to us what their counter is.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't yet been tested by someone like Weibo. In fact, Daystar versus Weibo is our final play day.
Yeah.
That could well be the battle for first place. At this point in time, both of those teams are undefeated, but you could say the same for Soul's Heart as well. They are currently undefeated in their first two games. Daystar, the same, but they have arguably had much more challenging opposition, particularly Daystar's win over Orchid. That feels like a big one for me. The fact that they got rid of Orchid 7-3 feels like a big deal. But on the flip side, let's talk about Soul's Heart for a minute. The team that always seems to play their best when it doesn't matter the most. They did well in the upper bracket in kickoff, but as soon as they got down into the lower bracket, they really struggled to keep pace. They were champions at APAC Cup in January this year, Pengu, but of course, that doesn't mean as much as being champions here in Asia and making it to a major or a Six Invitational, or in this case, an EWC.
And that's why this matchup is so exciting, because it feels like a pretty good even match here in Soul's Heart v Daystar, because they too had a great start to the stage. That is 7-3 over Fury, that is 7-1 over Hitotori. The only concern I have, I think, for Soul's Heart in its present moment is they have not been tested, like, at all. They were against a weakened Fury, had a very weak start to the stage, and a Hitotori who's in the bottom of the league. The things that they have gotten away with against their previous opponents are not gonna fly today against Daystar. So Soul's Heart gotta be a bit more accurate, a bit more consistent, and not rely on the enemy being weak, but rather that they are gonna be strong.
Yeah, 100%. That's the thing. The big difference between these two teams is Daystar have truly been tested. Soul's Heart, we can't really say the same, but Soul's Heart have a history of struggling at the start of their stages. If you look back and at previous years, even kickoff, right? They won their first upper bracket game, which is against Daystar, funnily enough, albeit a tough game, and then they go and then they play in the semifinals in the upper bracket and they end up losing. They go down to the lower bracket, they have a bit of a run, but end up losing. And a pattern has started to mount over the course of the last few stages for Daystar, for a Soul's Heart rather. They win or lose quite a few of their opening games. So stage 2 started last year. They went 2 and then they lost their third one. In stage 2, end of last year, they lost their first 2 games. They have never gone 3-0 for their first 3 games in the APL. If they win against Daystar here, then they'll maybe be as elated as they were in this picture in Tokyo when they won at the APAC Cup in January.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think, I was telling you this off camera before we went live, they've never had a 3-0 start to a stage, ever? Like, that just seems wrong, because they've always been a good team, they've had great players, but perhaps it's just, like you say, they always do well when it doesn't matter a ton. And I mean, if we want to put the stake that, 3-0 is a big deal, and there's a lot that matters today, does that mean they're going to play 40 today? Like, how does that work? So in that case, Soul's Heart, going 3-0 doesn't matter at all. You'll be doing great, don't worry.
Well, the thing is, this game matters obviously for guaranteeing that you want to really be competing with the top 4 teams. We don't just want this to be an obvious Weibo making it through to first. We don't want it to be Daystar the only competitor to Weibo. We want Soul's Heart to give them a run for the money, but this is just the group stage. This is a taste tester.
Yeah.
And as we saw in kickoff, Soul's Heart won the first time that Daystar and Soul's Heart played in the upper bracket. As soon as they went down into the lower bracket, when they got that rematch against Daystar, Daystar got the better of them. So it really matters about winning as much as you can when it matters most, when the stakes are the highest. So where will we play for this game?
Please bank.
BO1.
Please
Let's have a look.
bank.
Well, bank
Come
would be a
on.
lot of fun. We saw
It
these
would
guys
be.
play bank in stage 1. It's not been banned out. It's either bank or lair. It's going to be lair.
Unlucky.
Still, the thing is, we got to see these teams play lair in kickoff, and Daystar only won that. Map 3, 8-7 in that lower bracket semi-final.
Oh, okay. To be fair, I was looking back through Soul's Heart's previous Souls, a 7-3 Fury on Bank and a Simon versus HLT for Lair. So I would say for longevity for Soul's Heart, playing either Lair or Bank would be great. Again, playing the same couple of maps, keeping some in the back pocket for, of course, the stage finals for BO3s, etc. So I quite rate this, but I'm curious what's going to happen.
Yeah, very much so. If we are lucky, this will be as tight as the last time we saw these teams go head-to-head on Lair, which was back in kickoff in that lower bracket semi-final when it mattered so much, and Daystar knocked Soul's Heart out of the tournament and went on to go to the Salt Lake City Major as a result of cleaning through that lower bracket. But, of course, we're about to get into the game. We just have a quick technical break, and then we'll be back for Soul's Heart versus Daystar on Lair.
stage 1 where I played with Chiefs, and that was like my first proper team of like playing with like really good people like Odor, and obviously with Cairo and like Tex, and obviously Quiz. And I feel like that stage, playing with like very experienced people kind of made me nervous. I had to play to a standard. I kind of played worse, knowing that Jigsaw would come in mid-stage. I played bad, and then obviously Jigsaw came in and took my spot. But that was all definitely a learning lesson for me. After that, I was honestly done with Siege. It was a really huge butterfly effect, me joining EP. Randomly, I got shot a message by Harry, by Tuan, and he just basically said like, "You playing? Like, we need you right now." I was like, you know, do I really want to play Siege again? I don't know if we're gonna make it. Like, there's obviously Chiefs still playing, there's like GG, and we're like this third, like, I'm thinking in my head like a third team. I'm not getting paid a lot of money. These like players that I wanted to play with, like Fisher, Tuhan, and Bappin, and obviously Relays. Not fully committed at first, but then I was really drawn to it, like playing Siege again, you know, proving myself. I think that was the biggest thing. I wanted to prove myself again after Chiefs and show that like I can compete, I am good. My first impressions playing like under EP in that stage, I knew shit was like serious in terms of with Fisher guy, Tuhan, and just like the seriousness of the team. I knew I had to like put my head down and work. My first game was against, it was like a BO3 I think, against Ludovico. I'm pretty sure on Chalet, I proved to myself that like beyond compete, I can like beat these teams. And I think that really put my confidence up. Obviously with the support of like, with Tuhan, Bappin, and Relays and Fish, like they definitely helped me a lot. Having that confidence for me to be the best player in Australia. I think with the stats, I was looking at it a lot. Obviously being a really competitive team at that time, being number 1 obviously meant a lot in regards of like me only playing playoffs. I wanted to stay there. Like I wanted to just not go like, this is just a 1 game thing. Like I wanted to stay there. Came GG after Ludovico. This was when we needed to really prove ourselves. I think this was like, honestly, one of the biggest games of my career, obviously being international or going international, but this was what it really meant. Like this is what it came down to, really proving myself with this like European super team, whatever. Like, and obviously being the rivals at the time, who's going to go to the major. Like this was a game that was really meant for me. I would share it to my friends, to my girlfriend at the time, and all my family, and we put a lot of work into beating them, and we did, and I was really happy with the way I played. And I remember like very clearly, like I knew they were all watching. My girlfriend at the time was in my living room watching as well. As soon as we won, as soon as I killed Croxon in that 1v1, I knew like this is like my dreams coming true. Having a 1v1 against Croxon to win this whole series.
That's my GOAT player from OCE. I gotta say, all the videos we're seeing from that guy are really making me want to be a big Chiefs fan. Of course, they've already played 4 of their games in the group stage of APL. We're back on Asia again. And this one matters so damn much, Pengu. It's 2 of the top 4 teams in this league battling it out here on Lair. A rematch from what we saw in the lower bracket semi-final at kickoff, where Daystar really took all the marbles against Soul's Heart. Now they go back to familiar territory to see which of these teams remains undefeated and which ends their 3rd playday with a loss. Oh God, bro, I was trying to be so serious. And then
Sorry,
I get
couldn't.
the sometimes you just have to leave that dead air and then go.
My 2 brain cells were fighting each other on what to say, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a day.
That's why I love you, man.
It's been a day.
That's why I love you, bro.
I was gonna start off with player on Chiefs. I thought he played for Enterprise, but then I was like, I won't do it to you, so I'll just do something else.
Don't do it to me.
Yeah.
He does play for Team Australia though in the ENC. It's quite funny. The ENC Australia roster is kind of like alternate timeline Enterprise, because obviously they dropped 2 players. One player retired and they dropped 2 after 6th Invitational. And Tuhan is New Zealand, not Australian, so he can't be on the ENC roster. So yeah, it's quite funny to see that. I'm really excited for ENC. I think I talk about it every single playday. I'm very keen for it. A lot of players on this Soul's Heart team are going to be on that ENC roster for Thailand, by the way.
Oh God. They got stuck on the door by the bomb site twice. There's triple running into each other there. A little bit funny there from Daystar. But no, me too. Like, ENC should be very fun, very enjoyable. And
yeah, I can't wait to see Team Denmark.
Okay. Yeah. No, I got nothing. I abandoned my fellow countrymen and they got destroyed in the qualifier.
Imagine you don't get asked to cast the event and you just are at home watching it online. Imagine. You're going to regret not competing so badly.
Do you think we would have qualified if I had played? Like,
what do you mean? You shouldn't be asking that question. You should be telling me, James, we would have won the whole qualifier.
I don't know, man. Depends on how well Benja plays, I reckon. And he's been getting carried by Elamal the last two playdays for G2, so I'm not sure if he would have won, to be honest.
Oh, you spent your whole career losing to other Scandinavians that aren't Danish. You would have just lost to the Finns again, wouldn't you?
Oh, so that's actually funny. During ranked in the early mornings when I've been playing against the Finnish ENC team 5-stack many times. There was a morning where I was playing with Bikini Body in like a really meme stack. And with 4 games in a row, we played the Finnish ENC 5-stack and got destroyed every single time. So I spent many mornings battling the Finnish, okay? And I lost, usually. I think in every single one, actually.
I believe it. Well, thankfully, we're back down in Asia for tonight. And you're casting, and so you can't lose. Because when we're all watching APL, nobody loses.
Well, I would say that there would be a team that would disagree. Elevate for one. But it's okay. It's okay. I believe that everyone here is winning. It's okay. Who wins the first gunfight though? It's Scabba right now fighting against Seal, who's been the Asami middle of the bomb site, getting red pinged out. Probably Dog will be called shortly as well. And DC8 said, I'm not losing my fight, I'm out of here. And it's now a 4v5, heavily favoring Daystar in this very first round.
Nice pick, we take those for Daystar. Scatman finally getting rid of that keeper barrier, but Seal has got 2 more in pocket. He's ready to just jam it up again. We'll jam up the breach. I9 is tempted to get into plant position, but there's a lot more legwork that needs to be done by Soul's Heart.
I9, of course, one of the star players, now on BB, one of his favorite operators. That operates like a solid snake as well. He likes taking space on the map. Meanwhile, Scatman going for a backstab. You gotta sell it though. You gotta really commit to the frontal push and threaten that plant. Like, oh guys, we're planting. Then Scatman can make his play.
Yeah, Mr. Punch is also backstabbing, sidestabbing, if you will.
Yeah,
I9 really needs to find a kill here. I mean, the 4v5, to no fault of their own, has really cooked this attack. But that is the last smoke grenade to be thrown out. No Nitro Cells and no Tachenka. Unfortunately, Mr. Punch isn't going to have an impact, though, and Daystar really haven't been pressured whatsoever. It'll have to be a very desperate plant attempt with 2 players covering. The likelihood of this being successful is extremely slim. There is still a keeper barrier protecting this position. I mean, there's a chance it works. But I9 is likely to lose this gunfight up against the Azami unless he goes up close and personal. Mark gets off the plant to find the kill, but I9 is the only one covering, and the defuse has been denied. So Daystar will win the round on time with 2 players still on the floor for Soul's Heart.
Very good utilization there from Daystar, saying we're going to play on the side, downstairs, stone traps being tossed out mid-round, and just saying 3-2-1 push together, taking full advantage of the significant manpower that they had. They say if we attack the hallway, the verticality, and the direct tool attack, we're going to win one of those 3 fights, surely, and that'll be enough. Soul's Heart, of course, losing TCH was a bit of a shame, because they got the first room control. They were making decent pace, but they were just down a member from the very beginning. I guess you can also argue that this is why sometimes getting spawn peeked in scrims is good. You get to practice those like less than perfect scenarios, playing the 4v5s, losing important operators, etc. But Daystar didn't give any free kills, and I think that's the most important part. If you give Soul's Heart the gap, if you give them the ability to just run over you, they will take it. You really gotta watch the angles with your guns and be prepared for a play that could be happening at any moment, because when they see that gap, they will go for it.
I'm so glad that you made that point about getting spawn peeked in scrims. I saw a tweet earlier today.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was from. Do you remember who that
I saw it
tweeted about scrim spawn peeks? I think it was a North American player. Was it Hot and Cold?
I've seen... Oh, it was.
It might have been Hot and Cold.
There's been 2 of them, but the most recent was Hot and Cold, yeah.
Yeah, and he basically said, look, I hate it when people spawn peek in scrims. Like, come on, stop wasting all our time. I want to practice my late games. But the thing is, you can't control your environment on game day, so why are you trying to micromanage your environment on scrim day? Look, if you really want to practice something super specific, and you're lucky enough to have a scrim partner that you really trust, do like what you used to do back in the day with G2 when you scrimmed Fnatic at events and you said, hey, do you guys mind if we play bar on Clubhouse 10 times in a row just to try and practice it? But you have to have a scrim partner that you trust enough to be okay with that. And a lot of your scrim partners won't be okay with that, which is why a lot of playing Siege professionally, playing any esport, is about your connections and about being a good human being that people actually want to talk to and scrim with, instead of just being some asshole that thinks he's top shit. Not saying that that's not how I'm describing Hot and Cold. Love Hot and Cold. Legend.
Apparently that guy's awful. I don't know what you said.
No, legend of the game. I just disagree with him on this one specific thing.
It's about moderation. I too am a big disliker of spawn peaks if it's too excessive. Like, it happens every round. You can't practice any real scenarios, but of course you gotta be ready for it, so some practice is also good. So far we'll get more of that, because once again, down 4 versus 5, just pretend you got spawn peak, but it gets worse. The sponge also goes down, this time with the Blackbeard. The entry's not successful, the gap's not found. Soulsheart struggling to start off here in Lair.
Daystar just look rejuvenated in stage 1. They've had some tough games so far, and they've come out ahead against Orchid notably. Perhaps they've just got the number of these Thai teams. Soulsheart struggling to fight back, and the roam clear. It's not even finished. Azuki is still alive and well on the first floor. Hasn't been forced back yet. Even eventually, if Soulsheart are able to recompose, even if they find a kill or two, executing onto the bomb site with Echo still alive is going to be a real headache.
I feel like we've seen this staircase position being played so frequently in APL this stage, and to really good success for the defenders. Often getting a couple of kills, stalling for time, the shotgun forced to swing, doesn't hit the pump though, and therefore probably goes down. Yep, there it is, confirmed. Shotgun v shotgun, and just like that, Soulsheart to even back the score, 3v3.
But the Yokai drone comes through, tries to enable Seal. Perhaps he wouldn't have crouch walked if he'd realized that, of course, the attacker on the other side doesn't have audio because of that Yokai Sonic Burst. Eventually he finds the kill regardless, though. I think the Yokai's been taken down. Perhaps not. He has some info on I9 because of that track. It's a bit awkward now for I9 to try and take the gunfight, and Seal will finish up the triple kill. DCH now in a 1v3. He didn't get to play last round, but this time he's found 2 kills. Won't be able to get in the bomb site for 2 more, and he won't be able to get the plant down either because the Yokai is present in the bomb site. And so Daystar cruise through and win a second defense.
And Piga takes a casual sip of his cup. It's a very relaxed couple of rounds here that they've been building together. Nothing really too difficult on the server. Daystar not getting fully tested as of yet. And that was the big conversation that we kind of built it, right? That Daystar has had arguably tougher opponents and been tested a bit more leading up to this matchup. So they're going to be more well-rehearsed at this level. Soulsheart had some weaker opponents and some relatively one-sided affairs. And they're starting attack here in Lair, which can be difficult. If you don't find those entry and don't get that foothold in the building to work off of, it can be so hard to have enough time and bodies to work the site itself. They made it close, but even if they would have beat Seal here in the gunfight, they would have only a couple of seconds to spare, and yeah, it wouldn't be enough.
Tertiary bomb site is a whole different ball game, though. I wonder if Soulsheart will do the Sens, just like everybody else. I noticed Daystar actually don't have a Solus, which is pretty unusual. Most teams will be running that Solus to try and find where that plant is. No Solus and no bulletproof cameras. Not even a Valkyrie. They're relying solely on the Mozzie for information, or the Warden to peek through, or the Clash to be active on the bomb site. This is a very unusual way of defending this tertiary bomb site. No, Soulsheart don't have a lot of... Yeah, well, Smoke's completely absent, Sen's completely absent. No real way to go for a hidden plant.
Verd is kind of absent.
Yeah, this is a weird lineup from both teams.
I will say the benefit for Daystar is that by having this very active lineup, everyone's going to be guns up and looking for something. Not, you know, Soulless Scanner out, Maestro Camps or Yokai, for example. It's very much about seeking those fights. And if you're expecting Soulstar to go for that gap-finding playstyle like I mentioned before, that could be the reasoning for it. Thankfully, that's a Clash walking through the rotate, so it doesn't take any damage. His shield will block him from taking those bullets. And if you're the Clash right now, if you're Seal, you just find the Blackbeard and you match 1-to-1. That's... Wait, okay, I was very confused for a second. I thought the name
The UI of
back.
the grenade was from Seal, not from the Blackbeard.
So you just match Mr. Punch now if you're Seal, or try and match where you think the majority of that push is going to be happening from. But look at this positioning. This is why I think it's important not playing the camera operators or Solace. You need to have your guns ready for this execute, because when Souls Heart they get into the right positions, they'll be attacking from probably like 3 or 4 separate angles. Everybody has to be ready for it.
As long as they've got the info to get the job done. Concussions to come from I9. Beautiful work with the Zofia to quickly stun the player and then dismantle the shield. Crossfire is very awkward though for Mr. Punch. He can't take either fight, and now he's being stunned out by the Clash. Scatman though to find 2 big kills. Eventually traded on back by Yao, but the top floor has well and truly been contested. Nade comes out as Akiba likely to follow, doesn't detonate for some reason. I9 on the entry from inside server, and now the Clash to be abused. Time to finish him off. Poor Seal obliterated. And for Daystar, the first round that they have lost, Soul's Heart run them down on the tertiary.
Very well done. Big praise there to Mr. Punch and the Blackbeard navigating everything, right? He was battling the deployable shield, the double crossfire hallway, the Clash stunning him, and then just jiggling the door for information, good use of the grenades, and getting so much value. He's just creating space for the other players like Scatman to get that double kill. That is how you play an effective shield in that round. You're not going to be the playmaker. Everyone's looking at you. But if you can have 2 or 3 guns that you're distracting with your only sole presence, that is how you win. So very well done. That is a tertiary round attack. That is where you want to be winning. But what Soulsart need now, they need a round on a primary or secondary bomb site. They can only win tertiary. So this is the start for them. But they have to find a little bit more in the second half.
Man, love to see that when the Clash gets knocked back, and even more so, I love to see that reaction from Soul's Heart. Mark cannot stop laughing. That was a really finicky type of attack as well, with that shield set up in server. Very hard to clear. But what can I say, man? Zofia buff is real. I love to see it. I hope we get to see a lot more Zofia. I know it's one of the few players I've seen jump on it, but I think Zof could be back in a very big way.
Big ups for Sophia. Such a small change that has significantly boosted the pick rate, going from a 1 speed to a 2 speed. And they said that they're looking into maybe further adjusting Sophia. I'm not sure that's a gadget thing or whatever later on, but I wouldn't mind seeing Sophia becoming like a meta operator that's picked very frequently. I've always enjoyed the gameplay and the playstyle. Like the gun. Like when it first came out, that weapon was strong.
Yeah. I just think the problem is when you look at the best teams in this league, like Weibo, they don't play Zofia because they don't have space, because they're busy abusing everything else.
Yeah,
right?
that is true.
It depends on the map, obviously, very map dependent. You're probably not going to be running Dokkaebi, Deimos, Lion, and a Blackbeard or Monty on Lair compared to what they did on Chalet earlier today. But yeah, when you got to put some pressure on positions and have some explosivity to clear util, and you want some hatches to be breached, then maybe the Zof is the trick. But there's just so many good ops on attack right now. You got to balance that lineup to perfection. Zof isn't picked this time around, but the Blackbeard makes a return for I9.
Quick question for you. Do you think if they made Sophia able to shatter mirror windows like Ash, would that be a good or a bad change?
I think it would probably be a good change, because Mira gets banned in every single ranked game. And I think more counters isn't bad.
Okay.
As long as it's not just like, as long as it's not too much. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense from a logical perspective as to why, because the Zofia charge doesn't drill into the mirror window like an Ashe does, but
that could change.
That's for lore. That's for the lawmakers. I don't really care about that. I personally think that would be a good change. Because
just thinking about, like, you know, Ashe and Zofia is like the same operator in two different ways. You know, one is instant explosion, one counters mirror. If you were to make Zofia a bit more like Ashe, why would you ever bring the Ashe? That was kind of like my only train of thought, right?
Because Ashe has aura.
Okay.
It's
Aura's
not even
important.
cap, bro. Not even cap. Also, Ashe is 3 speed.
I suppose so. Gotta go fast sometimes. Asuki has taken a lot of damage. He is down to his final 10-15 HP. He actually tanked the Dokkaebi call, which led him to this exact number. So he just barely stayed alive. It bodes well for Soul's Heart, but time is ticking. 47 seconds. They're just in the main hallways, and they have no more real hard destruction available here that they can use for the internal wall in the hallway itself. So they gotta go 3-2-1 and try and play for kills.
Yeah, 35 seconds in a 5v5. Very awkward for Soul's Heart, especially when Pika is spraying them all down. Mr. Punch and I9 fall immediately as they try to make their entry. Scatman, last time around, had a big impact for Soul's Heart to get them into the building, but at the moment, they're nowhere near the bomb site. My god, what have they achieved in this round? Nothing at all. And now Pika to find a third desperately. Scatman will try and refrag. No, he's not going to try and do anything. He's going to sit back. He will find a consolation frag, but yeah, I mean, that means absolutely nothing. All he does is save the KD, pad the stats a little bit. Soul's Heart, not for a single second, looked like they were close to winning that round.
It very much feels like Soul's Heart is just so dependent on getting that opening pick, and yet they didn't even bring like enough heartbeats. They technically had the can openers on a player by the bathroom window, but A, you're in the wrong location to use it, and B, it's really tricky to open up that internal bomb site or wall because of the 90-degree hallway by the rocket stairs where Pika got the double kill. So it just feels like they didn't have the right tools for the job. They had the Hibana, but they had spent all the Kairos earlier in the round in a variety of areas where maybe some of that could have been done by the Grim Can openers. Either way, Soul's Heart, they will fall to that top floor bomb site. And to go back to my previous point, they need to find the win outside the tertiary, right? Like that's really ideal. And this is their final chance at that. If they can't win here on the basement attack, then they're going to be forced on their final attack on the tertiary side as their potential only second round victory. And a 2-4 half would be okay for me if you're starting attack. It's not the most confidence inspiring, but it's okay. But it's got to either be super convincing on tertiary or they got to make it here on basement.
Basement should be doable. They just have to have a lot more pressure early and also just frankly be more careful not to lose the roam game so dominantly. Remember, they lost 2 players at the start of last round. If they want to go for a vert take with the Ram, like DCH is suggesting, then they need to show a little bit more pace on that roam clear and a little bit more success at finding those players, because keep in mind, at the end of this round, they're going to have to be dealing with those yokai drones. Scatman can try and find them, doesn't mean he can get in position to kill them at the start of the round. I think we need lateral pressure at the same time, which I am seeing, which is good.
Once again, no operators are really standing out. It's pretty basic stuff, which isn't a bad thing by any means, but look at the operator balance here from Daystar. Monty, Blitz, and Ace. You're leaving open, your demos every round. Dokkaebi, of course, have played a handful of times, but I feel like there's just a lot of flexibility here for Soul's Heart. And normally I would say that's great. You can go for a vertical attack, a direct approach, etc. But I'm missing stuff like a Ying, a Glass, a Deimos, something that gives you a cheesy way into a gunfight, because look at Pika. SMG-11, halfway across the building, just taps the guy outside the garage breach. It's another disgusting opening kill for Daystar, and Soul's Heart, they're not really progressing the map right now. They are upstairs and there's no enemies, but down below in garage, they're just stuck holding angles, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah. Not great. You need Scatman and Mr. Punch working together to try and take Warehouse, because Scatman needs to counter the yokai drones that come over from Souffle to counter the Blackbeard from Mr. Punch. Another thing, you need pressure coming from the side, not just directly The opposite side of warehouse to where Mr. Punch is, there's a room with a window you can push in from. That's what we need. One of these Souls Hearts players supporting. Mr. Punch thankfully does get in the building. However, I9 falling to Yao just gives Daystar the ability to fall back with the numbers advantage.
You see, they finally get Garrett's control, right? 50 seconds. And there's a Goyo, there's an Echo, there are 3 Toxic Babes. Azuki actually has a spare shield and pocket even, he can put down whenever he wants to. And so does Echo. Do they have 2 shields in pocket right now? Is that real? Like, what? I don't see any on the floor, so I guess they do.
Who needs shields?
There
When we're
goes.
gone, we don't need shields.
No? We picked him, but we don't want him. There goes the first Toxic Bait. I think there's no more Goyo fire on this door, so Mr. Punch could just walk in. Just jiggle check with a Thorn Trap there, I believe. Knows that it's somewhat clear. The issue is, I think there is still perhaps one more Yoka. I'm not entirely certain about that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, here comes the entry though from Mr. Punch. He's choking on the gas and stunned out. So low on HP now, DCH has to start forcing that plant down. He's actually found a kill. That opens up the gates for him to force that plant down. Scatman has to swing to cover his teammate. Soul's Heart steal the round out of nowhere.
What? What? They just walk into the Toxic Babe, the Blackbeard is down to 1 single point of HP, and they somehow win the round? Now I'm definitely going to question, why are there 2 deployable shields in pocket when the enemies are walking in from a single doorway and you have no cover to play behind? This should not be happening. That was actually a sloppy round from Daystar. Soulstar, they only played the hat. They were desperate. So it's a desperate attempt of a round, but it works out in the end. They win their fights, they threaten the plant, and they get that really crucial second attacking victory.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Here's the cover. 1 and the second. Didn't care about the Thorn Trap. Scatman knew he had to swing that. Soul's Heart finally a bit of energy out of them, but is it going to be enough? We need a 3rd round here. And it looks like it's back down to the basement for Daystar. No tertiary bomb site where Soul's Heart looked so confident. Can they repeat on the basement? Well, frankly, they looked kind of rubbish at the start of the round on the attack. They just pulled it out of nowhere once they started getting close to that bomb site.
5 seconds left before
So the Blackbeard makes a return. Scatman, this time on the Dockerby, we're missing the IQ. So my question is, how are Soul's Heart looking to counter that Echo? You know what I reckon they should do, Pengu? I think Scatman saves all of his Dokkaebi calls and just spams the hell out of Souffle in the late round.
I mean, that certainly would be a possibility.
There's no mute brought to the table. There is no counter.
I mean, the only counter is just tank the call and wait that 12 seconds, whatever how long it takes, and then take it from there. But if it's late enough in the round, and, you know, if you just save that 1 call for the perfect moment, that would be enough in theory.
But if Souffle tanks the damage, then he's not going to get access to the Yokai drones, and then that's job well done.
You're right. No, you're right.
The Blackbeard...
Yeah, it works both ways.
Yeah, the Blackbeard is happily going to not worry about the Yokai drones. The Yokai can't be used for late round plants and all. I feel like, yeah
you spam call him.
Scatman's currently got the Ella selected, but I genuinely think he's now got 3 calls. Just start spamming Souffle in the late round. Like, especially when you want Mr. Punch to be entering. Unfortunately, though, I9 tries to enter up above. There was a drone on that position. He just walks straight into the building, and 2 steps in, he gets killed.
Ideally want the Blackbeard to help the entries, but he's just taken Skybridge. It's been half the round. It's 1 door, it's 1 hallway. We gotta get a bit more control here, guys.
What am I looking at?
Well, we're impacting. I'm not sure what we're impacting, but we're doing something.
Okay,
here comes the first call on out.
It's onto the Dockerby of Seal. I don't know if he's a priority here. Doesn't really matter. Oh well. Azuki goes down. That's a big play to take down. The gas, the lack thereof, is going to give a massive boost to Soul's Heart in this late round. Azuki really struggling. 0-5. Oh my god. That's Souffle, the Echo player. If he went down there, surely the round is in the bag for Soul's Heart.
Would have been a big kill. Now we gotta watch that timer. If it starts taking down far enough, the Yokai's gonna matter a ton more. Mr. Punch has the case. They're gonna pop up in that exact wall we just saw being reinforced off, and they already stick to the Thorn Traps. Yellow ping on the floor, probably for a Yokai drone placed below the table. There's a single aggressive mine from the other that could also stop the plant. Doesn't do any damage, but it stops you from doing the animation of planting. Smoke going out, surely that's going to be the push.
They're calling Ella now, but the problem is they haven't got a call onto the Echo. That's the high priority here. Mr. Punch starts stunning it. They don't necessarily need to shoot this Yokai. They just need to ping it so that we can start getting calls from Scatman onto Souffle. But Soulsheart haven't yet scanned that there is an Echo. Might not matter if he can go and take the fight, but Souffle, hidden in the smoke, gets off his Yokai. There's the kill! Echo is down! And now Mark and DCH need to recollect that diffuser. Mark's got it, but he instead goes for the kill. He doesn't go for the plants! And now DCH is in a 1v2, the round for Daystar. 4-2 on the defensive side as we close up the half.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. From up here, from up here. The world from up here. From up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the world from up here. From up here, from up here. The world from up here. From up here.
From up here, see the world from up here. Operator bands.
Da-da-da.
Dun dun.
Take your guess.
Dun-dun.
Come on, guess. Go, go, go,
Monty.
go, go, go.
Trolling.
You're as far off as one could be. But
Oh,
nice
well,
try.
thanks, man.
But
Well,
nice
okay.
try. I'm not being mean, though, but like seriously, like Monty and Demo's gotta be like super far apart, no?
Sure. Fine.
Okay.
Whatever. Oh, wow. And even our production team have just added me and said wrong, lol. Wow.
It's actually
I'm just getting
not the
bullied.
production team. It's a member of production.
Oh,
It's
you're going
one
to dox
person.
them? You're going to dox them on stream right now?
No, I'm not gonna do it. Actually,
Fine,
I'm a nice guy.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Nick.
Attackers need to
But you're
locate
being
and defuse
wrong,
bombs.
James. You're saying the whole production team as if like the whole world's against you. Don't be a victim. Don't be a victim. You did this. You did this.
You want to know who's a victim right now?
Attackers have
Azuki,
discovered the
0-5.
location.
Poor guy.
Oh, okay. Why are you taking out this? Bro, this guy's
Poor
a professional
lad.
tier 1 athlete. He does this for a living. Your job is to watch him go 0-5. So who has the better job right now? Would you rather act and do 0-5 or watch someone do 0-5?
If I was in the server, I would be 0 and 6. I think I'm quite happy with the current situation.
They're also still winning, right? They're saving Asuki when the game gets real.
100%.
It's like, guys, we're 4v fighting. When I9 heats up, Asuki heats up in response. We're gonna equalize.
You know, one thing that I really love about Daystar as a team is so many rosters, over time, they bring on the new up-and-coming young gunners, and then the old players, the ones that have been on the roster since the very start, they're the ones that are like, oh, okay, I guess I'll bottom frag, I'll play the, you know, the shields or the support. Nah, Daystar, it's always Pika and Souffle who are popping off. Like, Pika has had this resurgence, and those two are the OGs that were on this team back when it was called Direwolves in 2022, and they went to the Jönköping Major. And Pika is still 8-3 top fragger in the server. That's my goat right there.
Oh, he's been great. Got a nice little double headshot with the Ella earlier. It's in G11, long shot on the basement defense. He's had a great day so far. Now side swap, they start looking to be a bit faster on their attacking side to work the clock a bit better. Where is he? Is he floor? Below.
Oh my god, nice from Yao. What a legend.
Okay.
Pistol as well.
That's the way to do it. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a new one. It's not a buck. It's not a DMR. It's the pistol IQ secondary that hits every single shot and the head at the end.
You know,
and that is the most difficult operator to get rid of.
Can I just say, Zofia could have also done that double tap. Just saying.
Well, actually, Sophia. Yeah, but the thing is, the IQ can figure out exactly where that clash shield is without his teammates yellow pinging and risking dying at the same time. So I'm gonna say my goat Yao did it better.
Well, first foray to the top of tier 1 for Yao as well. Oh, now he's also. This is so cheeky. Wait, why has he still got a ping onto DC? Oh, because his phone was ringing. Do you get info if the phone is ringing? That is so cooked. That is some gnarly tech from Seal and Yao.
Always been that way, but you never heard IQ with Dokkaebi in the past. Yep.
I had no idea.
It's the same as when you're like checking the phone, I believe. It's the same kind of concept. It's pretty smart stuff, though. Here comes the swing and a push, but they lose again. This is just Yao being better.
Yeah. Yao is really worth his weight in gold in this round. Mr. Punch and I9, the last two left, and I9's phone's ringing. I wouldn't recommend answering that, my friend. You're going to stand in place for too long, and Yao will be hunting you from below. Fortunately for I9, Yao is up and in the building now. The call comes out now onto Mr. Punch. And Daystar are really abusing this Dokkaebi. At this point, if I'm Soulsheart, I'm saying, look, I know that it's only the first round of defense, but I want to ban that bloody operator. Nice shot onto Yao, but Souffle quick to trade. Daystar even more deadly on the second half.
Yeah, looking very, very confident. I mean, again, the fact that they clear the clash vertically with the IQ pistol, it is like a round-winning play. Normally, it's going to take you so much time, resources, chip damage, the clash peels back, it makes life difficult. No, you just floor banger. That's the real counter right there. It's beautiful stuff. And it honestly might make you think, as a Soulsheart member, maybe the clash is not mobile enough for this kind of performance, this kind of playstyle. We gotta get off it. But that would be an incredible feat to accomplish, because given that Clash has no like super hard counters and is generally speaking is very strong, it's very hard to force the team off the op if they would like to play it. So a great opening round, and Soulsheart, they don't have the luxury of just forcing a bomb site until it works, because they're down 2-5 on round count. They're gonna go straight to basement, just fully change it up, get on the mirror, get on the Goyo, get on strong guns and close quarter engagements, play the staircases. It feels maybe a little bit desperate, but I think it's wise to just go for a big switch up here, given how that first round played out.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Gotta do it. I really like this new look Daystar. I don't know what's changed between Salt Lake City and Stage 1, aside from Yao being brought onto the roster instead of Bin, but they are looking really solid so far in Stage 1. Like we talked about already, we thought that they were going to get a run for their money against Elevate, and that was a pretty happy 7-4. We thought they were going to struggle even more so against Orchid, 7-3. Now they're against Soulsheart, who beat them in kickoff, and Daystar just look night and day like the better team. Daystar are looking like budget Weibo at the moment, and that is a compliment, by the way, because Weibo arguably are a top 8, maybe top 12 team in the world. And Daystar are starting to play a little bit like them.
I mean, the best thing you can do is learn from the very best in the region. And if you're a Weibo, realistically, you can't scrim every team in the region to the same level because it's too easy for you. So odds are that you spend a lot of time scrimming the top of Asia, the top of APAC North, and kind of excluding the bottom. Like, would Weibo scrim HL Tori?
No point.
Not if they can avoid it, because they don't learn anything, and HL Tori learns everything. So odds are maybe them and Daystar become scrim buddies. That is definitely a possibility.
It's hard because
way,
if you're
looking great.
Weibo, you scrim Daystar too much. They start to figure things out. They start to get better. They catch up to you, and suddenly, oh, you've
That's
only
the
got one
issue.
spot to EWC for Asia, and Daystar is your closest competitor. Don't give them any advantage.
Yep.
If
That's the
anything,
curse of being the best in the region.
Weibo should be scrimming Enterprise, really. Those two teams that went head-to-head in the quarterfinals, in the Phase 2 at SLC. Nice Nitro Cell from way downtown from Mark. And now Daystar, for what feels like the first time in a while, are really put under the pump. Pika and Souffle, the two OGs of the roster on this attacking side, as almost everybody from Soul's Heart retreats back to the bomb site.
The issue for Weibo with scrimming EP though is the ping difference, right? Because you're playing 120 ping scrims, but then you're playing like 40 ping game day. So again, it just doesn't get easier. A Goyo Fire kill actually from the attackers onto I9 on defense. That's not every day we see that.
This is how we
but
lose
it actually
these,
makes
lads.
this round, yeah, it makes it winnable all of a sudden. Because they also have an isolated player in the staircase. Fighting the shotgun player though there. Missed the punch. That could be tricky.
Oh, this is how we lose these.
Barely stays alive. This is how we lose these indeed.
Smoke comes out from Pika, both of them. There's also two nades here from Souffle. I wonder if the smokes were baits now.
Surely not.
Pistol comes out. It was a bait. No, he's just buying some time. It was a bait to try and get DCH, or rather Mr. Punch, to fall back towards the bomb site. And that has bought a lot of space now for Pika. You can start to put some pressure on. He's worried about the players directly to his left. Souffle's nades come out. Oh, okay. He naded his teammate. Thought it would have been a nice bait, but no, Mr. Punch is ready for it. And now Souffle has to drop down into a three-way crossfire. Nitro Cell from Scatman to finish it off. It was a nice little run there from Daystar, but Soul's Heart are back onto it.
Good round from I9. Got a 2-piece, and then he got 2 C4 kills. One player each with those C4s, very successful. C4s are a funny thing, right? They are, on one hand, super useless, right? If you don't get a kill, if you miss, it gets shot mid-air, whatever. But if it hits the mark and gets a kill, it is insanely overpowered. It's really one of those all-or-nothing type devices where a barbed wire, or the beat boobs as we call them, the motion detectors, they just give you this kind of peace of mind. You know a staircase is clear. You know that nobody's in the hallway because you will hear the barbed wire, you hear the beat boob, etc. And if you're a good C4 player, which some people just are, same with like frag grenades, you can just find the cheesiest kills known to man. But if you're a bad C4 player, which I am one of those for sure, it's just one of those gadgets that why do I even have this? But we just saw there why they can be so good. 2 C4s, 2 kills.
If you're not winning your gunfights, then maybe let's use Nitros instead.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to me that Soul's Heart, after winning Basement, are not going to go back to Master Office. They'll go to the Tertiary instead. Sen's being repicked here, the Monty's in play, even the Maverick, which is an unusual one.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I wouldn't be so confident as to think that Daystar are not going to be happy playing this Tertiary bomb site. And there's no Warden, and there's no Solus for Soul's Heart, not even any bulletproof cameras. Very risky play from them.
Asuki has pulled a James, confirmed, death matter. 0-6.
Well, the reason I said 0-6 is because that was the maximum number of deaths he could have had at that point in time. Technically, he could be 0 and 8 if he was pulling a Dev Martyr. But it's impossible now.
He could be 0 and 9.
Well, yeah,
I mean, not now,
as of
but
40 seconds ago.
been.
If he dies, yeah, he could be 0 and 9. But no, not to be.
Maverick, though, that brings my respect level up immensely because this is the verticality. Oh, he crouched it! He crouched the pre-fire!
Almost 0 and 7.
Stays alive. Almost hit James Bond.
It does counter the bandit, though.
Maverick.
It's a nice way of just nullifying that bandit pick completely.
It's huge. Maverick is still an S-tier operator if you're up against a bandit or a Kaid. And we spoke about this earlier. They banned one of them, and then it leaves the other one open. So the Maverick is just phenomenal to say, you know what, we don't care. Pretty good stuff. We got Yao on the Monty, we got the Sense. We've seen this kind of attack a billion gazillion times before, and it is a coin flip. There's no Solus, there's no Warden, so technically speaking, I would say Daystar, their favorite for this to actually work out.
I like this though. Good angle, and I9 goes down. Instead of going for an entry hole, all that Daystar need is a line of sight. Great deep gas though from Mr. Punch. Allows a bit of damage to go on to Yao. Notice how Mark sprays the shield. That slows down the shield once it... I can't remember what it's called. It's not called guard break. Do you remember what it's called? The shield stunning
I
effects?
don't.
Yeah, after
it's like
shield...
stagger, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a stagger debuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter in the end because Souffle is able to push deep and find the kill. That said, Yao is down. So now this execute for Daystar is going to have to happen without the Monty. With Scatman overextending, though, Pika hitting his 10th kill. Daystar are well on track regardless to find match point. This pre-fire could be big, though, for DCH. Plan starts to go down for Mizuki. The gas is going to be big here for Mr. Punch, and he catches him through the projector. However, with his teammate going down, it's a 1v3. He knows where that diffuser is. Here's the plant start going down, but he's not going to have the line of sight. A spray! Blind! But beautiful game sense makes it a 1v2. Remember, Pika is upstairs, has to take the fight. Pika wins it, 11 kills to his name. Adjust the glasses and claim match point for Daystar. Why don't you?
Got me worried there for a second. If Pika has the cutoff upstairs, just take the case and run to the other bomb side, forcing that last defender to have to, cut across the doorway where Pika is watching and force that conflict. Instead, they're thinking, I'll just plant in the smoke. But they had their number, knew exactly where that plant was going down, despite no solace, despite no, I think, BP either. They had no real intel, just the sound. Operator bans. Don't could be banded. Okay. So we can see a bit more echo, of course. You can see more solo roaming, perhaps. The Bandit, surprisingly enough, the Bandit was not a problem. They brought the Maverick, they're comfortable on it. But maybe there's a world where they thought, well, if they ban the Maverick and then we leave the Bandit open, now we can break through these walls very easily. We don't want that to have to happen. Almost every single team in every region, they really prioritize getting through that first layer of the reinforced walls, not getting stuck outside the building.
And now there's 3 match points for Daystar. Bit of a gamble there for Soul's Heart. They're not confident on this top floor, seemingly. That's why they went to the tertiary. But after losing it, basement is still locked up. They got to choose between going back to Bunk's briefing, where they just lost, the tertiary bomb site, or going back to the top floor, where they have lost already in that first round, and arguably the most dominant round of this game so far, where they just got obliterated. Yao down below with the IQ, finding an early kill onto the Clash. Scatman is hiding the Clash this time, but look, man, they know that you like to play Clash on this bomb site. They've already dealt with you on this operator once before. Now Yao is on the Buck, which is not going to be too dissimilar to the IQ in terms of the role that he'll have on the team. I'm scared for Soul's Heart here. They've got to fend off 3 match points. I'm not even sure they'll be able to fend off 1.
I'm just kind of thinking through it. I could see Daystar struggling here unless Yao gets some insane value with the Buck. Like, it's a very kind of direct approach, but they don't have like super strong direct operators. You know, the Grimace banned away, they don't have the Ying, don't have a shield.
But what do they have to clear?
Frags, some fire.
Realistically, what do they have to clear?
The Clash.
Yeah, I mean, you got Capitao, you got Yao down below. Surely that's good pressure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like if Yao can just like do a lot of damage verdict with the Buck, that's gonna be like the win or lose condition here for Daystar. But that's a lot of pressure on one sole player who's only just into the building. So he's taking it nice and slow. He's checking all the angles, meaning no one's droning for him, seemingly. So we know he's very important, at least we think so. But the rest of Daystar, they're not really investing into Yao's protection and knowledge game downstairs, showing that he is in fact valuable to them. Let's see.
One worry I have as well is that Souffle has used almost all of his Roteros and hasn't been clearing those Vulcan canisters. He's just been clearing barbed wire, and this shield is also still at large. So we are lacking a bit of util here from Daystar to clear the setup from Soul's Heart, let alone the Clash himself. Capitao could be big, though. Especially at finding that Clash. You're right, though. Yao can't afford to die early. As soon as Yao dies, Daystar are really in a pot of strife.
And you see, like right now, Daystar attacking the frontal side, the back portion, and it's kind of splitting Yao's attention. He's not exactly sure what to buck and who he's bucking for, so he's just making a ton of holes everywhere. But that works both ways. If any defender doesn't peek down any of those vertical areas, Yao could just go down. There's the flash shield.
Capital's in position. He could potentially fire that, no?
Yeah, could go for a fire, but that's the last one, though, mind you. So it's expensive to use. If you miss it or don't hit the correct area, that's going to be your last shot in this round. He's going to go to the staircase and use the fire and push up that stairs with Yao, actually.
I don't like that. All that does is buy the stairs control. That's not enough. Now you've got no more fire to deal with that clash. There's no more nades from the gridlock either. I think Pika is going to have to continue finding some kills. Yeah, you're right. Hard breach here. Why we got EMPs on Seal instead of hard breach? There's been a big mistake here for Daystar, but they might be able to redeem themselves if they can find a couple of kills. However, Soul's Heart seemed to step forward first. And in the advantage, Pika decides to step up. That's kill 13 and 14 for Pika! Hungry for a 15th kill as Soul's Heart look to try and hold on. The clash has been dealt with. The plan needs to come from Azuki. Yet to find a kill, and Pika's gone down. Azuki to trade, and Seal joins in. Finally off the donut for Azuki, and into space for Daystar.
I told you, they were saving Azuki for that final moment when he was truly needed the most. Daystar with the adaptations. That was a no hard breach, no shield, limited utility, and no verticality because Yao was the primary pusher up that main staircase. So great problem-solving skills. And Soul's Heart, a little bit lackluster around the edges there, and Daystar did well at countering them in this match.
Daystar just know how to pull a rabbit out of nowhere against any team. It seems like it doesn't matter, even if they look like they don't have a chance in the round, they keep bringing these rounds back. And that was exactly what we just saw then on the top floor attack. They didn't have a lot of util to clear that clash. They hadn't dealt with a lot of the other setup. They were running into site and triggering traps, and then a quick 2K from Pika, and the follow-through from Azuki and Seal. Big game from Pika, of course, but also I don't want to discredit players like Yao. We talked about him plenty. He had such a big impact there for Daystar.
Yeah, it's always awkward because, you know, from the eye test, he's the best in the server, right? He gets the open kill, he gets the clutches, the double kills, etc. But often it's other people setting him up, either baiting for him, flashing, or having enough pressure somewhere else. Because, mind you, he went for a backstab play. That was a clash with the shield facing this way, looking over here, and he gets shot in the back. That is someone else setting him up to succeed, and just taking good advantage of it. But it goes to show that how many layers of communication that Daystar have to offer, because everyone's understanding, okay, I know where the enemies are, despite I'm not fighting them. That's purely from listening to your teammates speaking to each other.
No hard breach, no plant win condition, and not full bomb site control. We have some players running in from mezzanine, some coming in from the backstab, like you said, into R6 room, and some coming from the top of main stairs. It was a mess. It was hard to see what Daystar was doing, but they got it done, and in such phenomenal fashion. We've got our interview, and it's the new kid on the block, Yao. Welcome to APL. Hello. Welcome to the interview. And firstly, congratulations. I'm so excited to see you here and to see such a big win. 2 big wins in a row after beating both Orchid and Soul's Heart. How do you feel the team is going at the moment?
We're just doing our stuff, and everybody's taking kills, and it's better Azuki, but it's all good. Yep.
That's right, it's all good. He got his kills in the very final round. Yao, what was the game plan today? Was it about being aggressive or passive or adaptation? What was the plan?
We knew that Soul's Heart is gonna hold and go for like late round, so we're just standing out our position not to get killed and just beat them easy around. Yep.
You say easy, and it kind of was. You guys played a great game today.
Yes, you did. Yao, obviously, you joined a team, Daystar, who's just been to the 6 Invitational in Paris and the Salt Lake City Major. How did you feel joining this team? How did that happen? Did they reach out to you? What was the story that led you to being a part of Daystar?
I just played some rank with them, and they decided to invite me into the team. And I'm pretty rookie, so I don't know why they just find me.
Well, I think you
I'm
proved
trash.
today that it was a very
No,
worthwhile
you're not.
gamble. No, mate. That kill you got with IQ looking up at the ceiling with the pistol onto the clash, that made us go crazy. You played so well today. Congratulations on your win. One last question for you. How do you feel going up against Weibo in your final playday? It's a few weeks away, but eventually you will have to face Weibo. What are your expectations for that match?
Oh, big boss, man. Just don't try not to get 0-7 maybe. Yeah, that's it.
Well, if Azuki can do it today, then I'm sure that you can do it in every match. Thank you so much for the interview, Yao. And again, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I love that. I love it when we get to speak to some new kids on the block. And for Yao, especially after having a great game, yeah, he might have only got 6 kills, not quite so many as Pika, but he had so many impactful moments. And we got a chance to finally speak to the new kid on the block who replaced Bin Bin for stage 1. And I think this Daystar is looking like maybe even the best Daystar we've ever seen.
It's so funny hearing like a rookie in a more veteran-like team, because it's the same thing they always say, I'm so trash, I'm bad, I didn't play good enough, and that's like how they speak to themselves. But then he's defending Asugi saying he didn't have the best game of all time, but that's perfectly okay. I really feel like we need to speak to ourselves the way we would speak to others, because he's being way too hard on himself, that Yao guy. You gotta be, dude, you had a great game, come on, let's go.
I hope that the rest of the team is gassing him up as much as he's going to be gassing up his teammates. You know who we are going to gas up right now? It's the one and only. It's Reaps, the king of Asia League, it seems.
Yeah, well deserved.
He sits atop the throne of Weibo Gaming after such an incredible game today. So many big clutch moments from this kid right here. Back-to-back 1v2s. What more is there to say about this player that has just become iconic? You know, we call him the Chinese Shaiko for a very good reason, and he brings that heat in every single game that he plays.
It's ridiculous how consistent he manages to be, domestic player, etc. The only final step for Reaps is to take that to the international level and just keep performing like that, getting the clutches, being the playmaker. But to go from the top of APL to the top of international play, I mean, it is such a big difference, and we keep saying it. The practice experience that Weibo is getting on a daily basis is so much lower compared to being like an NA, EU, or Brazilian team. So it's just a tough position to be in if you're the best here in APL. But Weibo are making great strides at the current minute because they too are looking extremely strong.
It's funny, if you roll back the clock a couple of years, you know, Reaps' first team in Tier 1 was Bleed. And then immediately he was like the best player on that team. I hadn't even really heard.
First Tier 1 team?
Yeah, like he was well known in the Chinese scene, and he has a big social media following there because he's the GOAT. But yeah, it was the first time as a Tier 1 caster that I really heard about him on a Tier 1 team. And since then, he's just been the king. And that's the case with Weibo. It's been a crazy day of matches, as we can see. I think the biggest upset would probably be Saiken Company taking down Elevate. A big win for them. And overall, I think a good day to be a Weibo fan. Good day to be a Daystar fan. I think for a while there, Pengu, I felt like we had a top 4. And as we look at the standings, I feel like we kind of have a top 2. And then there's actually a bit of a decent fight for the next 2 that will be joining them in stage finals. Weibo and Daystar clearly head and shoulders above the rest. I wouldn't be surprised if both of those teams go 6-0 in their first 6 games, and then it'll come down to that final play day of them going head-to-head of who takes first seed. But as for the 3rd and 4th places that will also go into stage finals, who knows? Who could that be?
I mean, it's crazy. Orchid in 6th place right now, but we're talking, 3-point difference from being 3rd, 4th to 5th, 6th. That's just a clean regulation victory, and you gotta keep playing each other and etc. I think the only thing for certain is Hazel Tori is probably gonna finish dead last. I hate to call it this far ahead of time, but looking at the first 3 players so far, I'm not saying that they are by far the worst. They'll never win a game. I'm just saying I don't think that it's realistic to say that they're gonna be, either dead last or second last. That is just how. But for the rest of it, there's a lot of different opportunities there for the rest of the squads.
Where do you put Elevate in that conversation then?
Oh, it's a hard one. They're bottom 4 based off today's matchup. I feel like
Yeah.
what they showed us today kind of put them further down the ranking compared to previous playdays.
Yeah, who knows? We'll see. Of course, that is today done for Asia League, but that's not our week done. We have more games coming to you tomorrow night. APL is on every night this week. We hope that you guys tune into it then. But for now, I hope everyone at home has a lovely night.